Call to order the December 21st, 2021 full city council meeting. The clerk will call the roll for attendance.
Anderson Burgos.
Here.
Bartley.
Here.
Rainey.
Here.
Hernandez.
Here.
Leahy.
It's be the last time I say this. Present.
LeBron Martinez.
Here.
Lisi.
Here.
McGee.
Here.
McGivern.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Sullivan.
Here.
Tallman.
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless America.
in the city of Holyoke.
And the city council.
Before we get into the agenda, we do have two housekeeping items. I first asked Councilor Leahy to escort in a special guest for us, and that would be come on up.
Speech.
This was filed by Councilor Leahy, so I'll turn it over to him, and then you'll see why you're here. After you.
Thank you. You most certainly can. All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm sure that this person that we're introducing tonight is no stranger to anyone. Certainly isn't a stranger to my wife or my children or their credit cards. But I just want to say that this is like so many great places in the city of Holyoke. This is truly a fantastic legend of a store, and it has some great history too. Because not only is Betsy a wonderful store owner, she comes from a wonderful family. Very good friends with her father, God rest his soul, and her uncle as well. Good people. They started Holyoke Sporting Goods was started back in 1928. Then Mr. Brunel Ernie, my coffee buddy, he bought it I think back in 54, and then he retired back in 94, and Betsy took it over. Now this store is just kind of like a legend for any person in the city of Holyoke, whether it's high school or youth sports or college sports. But you also branched off to other communities, Chicopee and South Hadley and our other competitors. Hopefully you always gave the best deals to the Holyoke kids. No, I know. And that's always one of the things that I want to go along with you and your father is nobody went without. If any child went there and needed a pair of shoes or shorts or shirt, and if they didn't have the money, they got them. So I'm very honored to present this person, or this plaque, this proclamation to you. I know you got one from then acting Mayor Murphy, but ours come with frames. So this is a proclamation, an official proclamation from the City of Holyoke, City Council in particular, that the Holyoke Sporting Goods and Betsy Fry be recognized as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as an outstanding woman-owned small business in Holyoke. So I just want to say congratulations to you, Betsy.
You're embarrassing me now. Come on. Well, thank you very much, because I really didn't know what this was all about. I just got a phone call asking me to come here, and I thought it was because of what I already got. But it's very nice. As a long-time or lifelong Holyoke resident, this means so much to me and my family. My father would have been so proud of this. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, I gotta go around. Thanks again. That was nice. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Thanks so
Peter.
much. Betsy, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you and congratulations. Next, I'm going to need some help on this one, so I'm going to call in some people to help me out to present the next, we'll call it next presentation. If you could come up here.
The extra agendas. You have any extra agendas?
So when a solicitor comes up, I'll be more than happy to turn that over to Lisa Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for allowing us to come in here this evening. So we are here on behalf of all of the department heads here in the city of Holyoke, because tonight we want to say thank you to Terry Murphy for his service as a city councilor. More importantly, his service as the mayor, stepping in at a really important time for our city. He served us and served us well for 7 months. And I would say on behalf of all of the department heads, we would say it's really been our honor and our privilege to work with you. And we thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. We have a gift for you this evening so that you can remember your time with us. And we have a framed picture of the city of Holyoke, and it is signed by every department head in the city. We tried to get everybody here, but with the Christmas week, it was a little difficult, but we did get just about every signature from every department head, I think, which is really, it's a tribute to you, Terry Murphy.
Okay, so I only wrote a 15-minute speech. First of all, I saw all these people downstairs, and I thought, what a rowdy-looking crew. And I did go in and say, what a rowdy-looking crew. Needless to say, I didn't know this was coming. So first of all, thank you very much. Let me just say it was my honor to be able to work with all these people. And it wasn't always pleasant. I couldn't always say yes. And they continuously respected my thoughts as I tried to respect theirs. And they made 7 months go by much faster than I thought in retrospect. But while they were happening, they weren't going very fast. So I want to thank you all. It was my pleasure, it was my honor, and I just want to tell you that I hope, and I know Mayor Garcia is on the Zoom, I hope that all of these department heads are recognized for what they do, for the challenges that they take on, for the potential disagreements that are going to come about, and that we deal with the respect and integrity that they deserve for their efforts. So thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it. And it was something that I did not expect. So thank you very much. Just so you know, their penmanship is not so good, though.
Oh.
So thank you to the department heads for that and for reaching out to make that moment very special. With that, we move on to our agenda, of which there are first 2 items laid on the table.
Make a motion to take item number 1 off the table, please.
Item number
Second.
1 is Hereby appropriate $4,020 from head clerk to personnel director. I do believe we took this up at the special meeting. It was pushed over to this meeting in order to get more information, which we did receive from the auditor. So, Councilor McGivern.
Make a motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to
Second.
pass the second reading under discussion. Councilor
Thank you,
Murphy.
Mr. President.
Hold on.
No, you can go
Joe,
ahead.
okay, he had a question. All right, so Councilor McGivern.
We did receive the information that was requested and correctly and appropriately asked for. Mayor Garcia had submitted this request for transfer. We did have the mayor and our auditor weigh in on this. This is a transfer from the head clerk, which has a surplus of $4,020 at least in that line item due to some vacancy throughout the course of the fiscal year, into the personnel directors. It is the mayor's intention to have the option and availability of an $80,000 salary to offer to the replacement of the personnel director. As we know, the personnel director is appointed by the mayor. It is a position that is confirmed by the city council. The $80,000 is not the max of the salary range, but I'm not going to speak for Mayor Garcia, but I believe he feels that's a area for which is necessary to attract someone who is qualified to fill this very important position. With that in mind, I would just ask that the city council, would being at the end of our term itself, that we would pass this transfer tonight.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, well, I respect the potential of this. I will say a few things, and I'm going to be voting against this, and I'm going to give some rationales for that. When I did become acting mayor, one of the first things was that became rather obvious to me was that morale was down. Morale was down in a number of reasons, but one of the reasons morale was down is that certain positions got treated better financially than other positions. And with that in mind, I want you to listen to these numbers, and it would be my hope, with what the mayor has right now, he could offer a $72,000 salary, which would be $4,000 more than the previous person had, and still almost $8,000 more. But just listen to these. Our city auditor, who is a grade 13 rather than a grade 11. If the personnel director comes in at $80,000 for a grade 11, they will be paid almost $2,000 more than somebody who's been working for the city for the last 4 or 5 years and dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars. The procurement director, they would be $12,000 more than a procurement director who has been working and doing all kinds of contracts. The chief assessor, they would be almost $10,000 more than them. The tax collector, they would be $10,000 more. The solicitor, who is a grade 13, who had been working as a city solicitor prior, is only making $11,000 more than is being projected. The assistant solicitor, a grade 12, is $2,000 less. None of them are 56.3% of the max, which is what $80,000 would be for the personnel director. I just can't support going to bring in someone in when we've got people who have been working for the city for years and doing a good job, and yet their positions have not been adjusted to meet that. And even though we made the salary adjustment scale, and there is some movement, and obviously $72,000 would be almost $7,500 more than the minimum. I just think, to me, we need to show more concern for those that have been working here for all of those years to make sure that everybody is treated fairly. And so I can't vote for this tonight based on those rationales, those reasons, and knowing that in the past, this has had a significant impact on the feeling of morale and the feeling of respect. Thank you.
Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. I just wanted to make, I think we have a late file relative to this. I want to suspend and take that up now.
Second, it's late file A.
Is that what it is, Pete? Thank you.
Yeah, A. Yeah.
Motion to suspend the rules, go out of order to late file A. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Late file A, Counselor Bartley, my apologies. I did not have this information for you at the special meeting, 12:15. I actually was thinking that this transfer would be referred to finance, so you did not bring the appropriate documentation from Tanya, which is, and then she gives out the breakdown that we were looking for. So motion is to receive that.
So moved.
All those in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Counselor Bartley.
So when we look at this, there's, and I appreciate the auditor, I shouldn't have to apologize, so I just wanted to have us, and I appreciate the finance chair's patience with me at the last meeting. Just wanted to get the numbers in front of us so we can have a rational basis for which we can cast a vote, and I appreciate the additional information we have right now on the table. It's never my intention to play favorites, and I don't intend on playing favorites for anyone, Mr. President. At the same time, I want to give the mayor whatever kind of flexibility he needs. So I'm gonna sort of listen to any more arguments on this one going forward. But it's a case where it's such a critical. I mean, all the department heads are critical, but this is one with a revolving door, Mr. President. Since I've been on this board in 2012, I mean, we've just gone through numerous ones, and the same with other departments. And I realize that. And the department heads that are here and present and working, especially one of my longtime friends who just moved from one department head to another department head. He just was clearly left at the mayor's door for 10 years, left with nothing. And as the acting mayor said, the morale deteriorated in this building, and perhaps we in this room didn't help with that, but we tried our best, and we always tried our best, and I think the department heads know, and the public should know, we have very little to do with the budget other than transfers and cuts. That's it. We do not we can set an ordinance, and we set the range, but we don't fund it. It's only the executive that does that. And I know that all of us in this room are aware, but sometimes it needs to be repeated. Thank you.
Anyone further? Counselor McGivern.
Just a couple comments, Mr. President. With a lot of respect for Councilor Murphy and his position, it's an argument we've heard for probably the past 25, 30 years. It's a correct argument, except it's the argument that put us in the position to do a salary study to find out what was wrong with our salary for these non-union, non-professional association members, and for no one else that stands up for these people to to look at their salary ranges outside of the Professional Supervisors Association, which not everyone can be in. Councilor Bartley just talked about the assessor's position. I'm going to highlight that too. 10 years, our appointment never received a raise. He left, not the city, but he left for a higher paying position, and a position that was, I think, for a challenge that he wanted to meet too. That's why when these opportunities come before us, because Councilor Bartley's right, only when the mayor initiates a transfer or an appropriation can we weigh in and say yes or no. The money is available. The salary is in the range, not even at max. And this position, which handles all the issues with personnel in the city, working with the law department, handles all the health insurance and insurance issues in this city, is an incredibly, and we've all stated this, important position. The $80,000 doesn't even touch the iceberg of what other communities are paying this position for the size of a budget that we have. And if I'm going to stop there because I do have a lot of respect for Councilor Murphy, but other transfers came in the last 7 months where salaries were raised.
Anyone further? Counselor Bacon.
Yes, the only point that I want to make is that part of what the salary study included was a rating of every position and an establishment of a grade for each position based on the level of education, responsibility, and requirements for the position. So I'm taking it very seriously when our acting mayor, who sat in the seat for 7 months, says to us, we will be bringing in a brand-new person thousands of dollars higher than higher grade employees that have been doing work that is rated at a higher grade by the external study experts. So I take his words seriously, and I think one of the worst things that happens in a company is new people start getting in hired in higher than the people that have been holding the fort and doing the work before the new people got there. So I take his point seriously. Thank you.
Counselor Graney.
Yeah, just quickly, personal loyalty and personal morale are very important factors and are just as important as money, if not in many cases, sometimes more important. So I think what Councilor Murphy said makes a lot of sense, and I will be voting no on this transfer.
Anyone further? All right, so for clarification, because I did sit with the mayor and I brought it up at the special meeting, the mayor sat with me, informed me that there are 3 candidates for the personnel office, of which one that they were looking to hire, I do believe an offer was made, is currently in the school department and doing HR work there. So it's not a new person coming in outside the city for the first time like the last HR person that we had. It's someone that's already in an HR position at the salary range of which the mayor is offering roughly close to the same of what she's making. Therefore, that is one reason why the salary is the way it is, because of what they're already making over at the school department. So it's not someone new coming off the street that we've never seen, it's someone that we know. Therefore, they're offering up a salary to bring them over here to then run a department. A department with one person with very little experience, and I'm not trying to be mean to that person. They admit to that. The HR director is gone. The person underneath that HR director is gone. What you are left with is no department. I brought this to you when I was the mayor with our legal department. On the day of swearing in, our city solicitor left. We had nobody. Salary is always an issue. Salary to keep them, but salary to bring them in. You have no HR department. They're trying to bring in a person who can come in and just hit the ground running and going. You're not offering up a large salary to this person. It's being offered to as to what they have currently, maybe a little more, then bring them over here. You have health insurance that has to be addressed. I sat with someone who will be coming in to this chamber asking, can someone please sit with all the new councilor-elects to discuss HR issues, salary, insurance, and everything else? I said, I wish I could, because we don't have anybody. That is the dire situation that you do have. Yes, it costs money to bring someone in order to fill that position. But the goal, from what the mayor told me, was to put that position in place, and hopefully this person is going to stay. I'll remind this council, the last HR person came to us asking for a little more money in order to stay. The prior job came back to her, offered her money, even though she told us she would stay, and she said, I couldn't turn it down. So money is always a factor. In this case, the mayor is trying to bring someone over under the salary range, within the scope of what that range is, and comparable to what she's already making. So it's not going out of their way to give her larger amounts of money to discourage other department heads. It's trying to fit a need in a department that is very, very understaffed. Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. So for what I like to do is I don't like to talk about positions or people in the position. I like to talk about the individual positions and not an individual coming into that position, because I have no idea who this person is. But what I do know is this position was, whoever applied for it knew exactly what the salary range was going to be. I think that I'm going to vote against this as well. I think in the last 10 years, we've had a lot of difficulty with, as multiple people have said, people making, X amount of dollars more than another person. This person gets to go on vacation for 6 months. This other, all this stuff happened. It killed morale in a lot of different ways. And having a person come in, and I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. I don't know. I don't know who this person is. But I can tell you that we've had the salary study in committee. We got to get it out. We have to get it going. And maybe that's the answer.
Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. I just want to make a few points. Earlier this year, we did pass a new salary and compensation plan along with ordinance language for how to apply the salary and compensation plan. And what we decided then as a body was that any new employee that comes into the city shall be placed within the min to mid grades or marks within the ranges that we created. And when you look at the hiring schedule and compensation schedule, when you look at grade 13, which is where the personnel administrator is placed, sorry, it's grade 11. It says here that is it grade 11 or grade 13? I'm sorry, I'm looking at a draft copy.
11.
11.
So
11.
grade 11 goes from 64 to 78. So according to the ordinances that we have, we cannot exceed 78 to 67 for the personnel administrator that's coming in new. We cannot amend the appropriation. Can someone please reiterate? I know that this 4,000 is trying to get us to 80, but is there another order that has the amount that would bring us to the mid-range of the schedule? Because that is by ordinance where they would, the max that they could be possibly placed at.
On the motion.
I missed the question. What?
The question is there a late file order that would bring us to that mid cap in the range? Because again, by the ordinance that we passed in, I believe it was May of this year, in the ordinance that is associated with the hiring and compensation plan, it says,
No, there's no late file.
Personnel,
yeah,
Mr. President,
so then
if I
that's
could,
it.
Personnel director is a DH-20.
Yeah, from the special meeting, the mayor was here when they confirmed at the legal department, the salary range, I do believe they said was 68 to 91. And that was confirmed by Tanya as well. Councilor Murphy, did you have your hand up?
No.
Okay. Anyone further?
But I just want to clarify what I'm saying. So the range is 64,544, so $64,544 to $91,991. But the mid-range is capped at 78,267. And again, we passed an ordinance that says any new hires must be placed between the mid and the mid-range in the schedule. So it's a really straightforward sort of set of rules that we have to abide by. These are the ways that we set up the compensation plan, and it's just the way that the salary schedule is structured based on the job description, and people can move beyond that to that 91 max, but for hiring purposes, it should only be advertised up to that mid mark.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. The appointing authority in this case is the mayor. As we know, the mayor is the person who determines what the salary to offer would be. I respect what Councilor Lisi is saying, but the transfer tonight is not determining what the mayor is going to offer. It's just putting at his request the money into that line item for the rest of the fiscal year to allow him to go up to that mid-range $80,000 is what he's saying. And if it's $79,000, we still need to make this transfer.
Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the reason that we put that language in was because certain counselors had concerns that when we had these very broad ranges, that people would be brought in at very high salaries in an unfair manner relative to the people who currently sit in the positions and have been serving the community for years. And that was a conscious action that was taken relative to this ordinance. We can't just ignore it. Thank you.
Anyone further? So before you is a transfer, of which if there's an issue on what they can
Counselor
fund
McGee,
to.
I'd like to be recognized again.
Hold on. Once again, what's
thank you.
before us is a transfer to then fund the line. If they can't go over that, that would be up to them for the fall, that rule. Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. So there's two things that I want to say here. You know, part of the reason why I really worked very hard to pass this salary and compensation plan was because I really felt at the time that we were even discussing this that, you know, City Hall was gutted out. Like we had no legal director. We had no personnel director. We had an acting treasurer and an acting tax collector. Like really, we had many important positions in the city vacant. Morale was one reason why people were leaving, but also we have not been able to offer competitive salaries. So I want to make clear that I am all about offering competitive salaries that are going to attract and retain talent. That was my number one reason for moving forward on the salary and compensation plan. I will be supporting the $4,000 transfer this evening because it will go into a line item, but the ordinance says that the max that can be offered this individual is that mid cap of 78 to 67. So I'm happy to vote to put the money in there. There's going to be more money in there than can be utilized in this fiscal year. But per the city ordinance, that individual cannot be offered a salary for entry at more than the $78,000 that's designated. So I'll be supporting this with the understanding that the ordinance really does put those reins on what can be offered. Thank you.
Seeing no one further, the motion was to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer, and we'll start with Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
But no, the clerk will call you. I just let you know where we're starting.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No? No?
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
No.
eight yeas, 5 nays.
With your vote, that passes. Item 2.
Motion to take item 2 up off the table and refer to the
9 votes.
legal language that has been presented.
Second.
The motion is take up item 2 and refer to the legal language. Everyone should have a copy. This is that the marijuana ordinance be amended to correct the site plan review process in section 71065B2, reference table 4.3 of principal use. So the motion is to receive, refer to legal language.
Receive and adopt.
Receive, adopt. Counselor Lisi.
Receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Sorry about that.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Our discussion.
Thank you. So in May of this year, we made 5 slight amendments to our marijuana ordinance based on what we saw on the ground after many years of having marijuana permits issued in the city. One of those changes was to reduce from 500 feet to 200 feet the buffer between any manufacturing establishment to schools or any place that children regularly congregate. Because we had so much turnover in the legal department, the legal form that the city council received and passed that evening had a Scrivener's error in it that said there's going to be a 200-foot setback between every single use in the table of uses, which effectively created a blanket prohibition on any new projects coming forward and really created a lot of confusion for the projects that were in the pipeline under our previous ordinances. So to correct that problem of the way that the language was written with that mistake, we put this back in committee. We decided to correct the language so that now it's 200-foot buffer for manufacturing from any school or a place where children regularly congregate. And then we also have a 500-foot buffer between retail sales, which was in the original version that we passed in May. So this is really just to correct the Scrivener's error of what the legal department in its heavy turnover passed forward to us as a city council back then.
Councilor Sullivan.
I believe we have a couple of late files that I'd like to introduce.
Second.
Counselor, motion to suspend the rules, go to late files B and G.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? B is the future of MME special permits in Holyoke, a summary of the city councilors by Open Square Properties LLC. Everyone received a copy of that. And then G is from Green Miles Lipton LLP. This is regarding the 200-foot buffer for all marijuana establishment uses. Motion be to receive those?
To receive, would it be possible to read them abbreviated or at least?
One
for the record?
is
I take it the legal one may be a
3,
little long.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 pages. And the other one is a letter from the attorney to a Mr. Aubin, which everyone received a copy of that as well. So everyone has received a copy of that.
Receive and send to ordinance where there's another order to be discussed about a moratorium citywide on marijuana.
So hold on, Councilor Sullivan had a question on receive and read. The first one would be long
I think
to read, but
Yes, on the
G
second-
is summary. That's what you were asking.
Yes, please.
And I was just following your question. Is there a second to that one? All right, so we're receiving B and G with an abbreviated reading of G. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
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 Show of hands. To
Yes or no?
receive and abbreviated reading of G. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Receive and send to ordinance where it could be taken up with the moratorium order that was filed at the last meeting.
That's 7. So 7 would pass.
You have to suspend the rules, Mr. President.
That's what I did say, is receive and do it, so I didn't say.
Suspend the rules is
All right.
2/3.
All right, so, all
To
right.
take action on a late
So
file.
suspend the rules to read it. You have only 7 then. So now the motion is to receive and refer to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? I heard no no's, so then that would be going to ordinance.
You can still talk about it.
So with that, we still have on the table item number 2, which was to pass the first reading. Anything else, Counselor Sullivan? You had that question on those 2 questions? Okay. Counselor Bacon.
So there's nothing to prevent a counselor from speaking on the
You have every right to
materials
speak.
that we received under discussion.
You can speak on them, Counselor. Counselor Sullivan?
Yeah, well, I would just like to say that what we've received in these letters, even though I understand about sending it towards the moratorium, directly affects what is in front of us here tonight. For those of you that haven't had a chance to read it, number 1, it's about health and safety of our citizens, number 1, that are affected by this, and the nature of economic development and businesses in the city. And I think this needs to be considered along with what is in front of us tonight. The other is a legal opinion that, we've already shared what our own city law department has put forth. And I think it's appropriate that we see a counterpoint to that opinion. So that's what I have to say about it. Okay.
Anyone further? Seeing none, Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Sullivan. I mean, we've gotten more information as we've gone along. There are potentials, and I know there are people that are going to tell me that there are no odors, and I'm going to tell you that I hear from people that tell me there are, so I'm going to assume that they can smell it. I can't, but they tell me they can, so I'm going to believe them. And if you are in a position, you're looking to move to an apartment or a house, you're looking to open up a restaurant, and if there are, I mean, we need to find a way to affirmatively address the odor issue, which I think is the major concern in terms of its impact on residents and other businesses. Other than an ordinance that says, it goes by natural, if you can have a regular degree of smell that you can detect it, that's a violation. But we have violations, but there's no enforcement of anything. So there's no. And I tried to at the ordinance committee the other day with someone who's applying, and with all due respect, I think their proposal was one of the best ones I've seen, because it appeared to me they are trying to keep everything internal by putting up additional walls and other things, which to me that's going the extra mile to try to avoid the odor issue. But if my business gets hurt because I've got marijuana businesses that are creating an environment that is not conducive to my business, we can be trying to improve our economic status with the cannabis business and also hurting our economic development in other businesses. And so, I mean, I think there's to me, I'm not saying I would agree with a moratorium, not that I'm going to have any say, it doesn't matter, but, to look at, are there other restrictions that we should have? And are there specific actions that we should be authorized to take when a cannabis industry happens to have odor-causing unpleasantness in either next to a business or next to a residence? And right now, it doesn't appear we have that.
Counselor Lisi, then Counselor Leahy, and then Counselor McGivern.
Thank you so much. So I just want to point everyone to the order that I filed. It says that the marijuana ordinance be amended to correct these 2 problems that we came across in working with trying to do these pre-application meetings and guide people through the special permitting process in our planning department. So, you know, the health issues, the safety issues, the odor issues that are being raised are absolutely important to address. File an order that says, let's explore these odor issues and understand the impact on our community's health and safety. But don't use my order that's literally written to correct a Scribner's error. And you would have to have, it's complete insider baseball if you understand the language to the extent that you're going to come forward with these other issues that relate to this order. It really doesn't give the community an equal opportunity to weigh in on these matters. What's before us is the text change correction of the error that was made in the legal form when we passed it in May. We just need to correct that to keep things moving forward. If you want to explore moratorium, if you want to explore the health and safety issues, I am all for it. But file the order and let the community come out and weigh in on something that talks about health, safety, odor, moratorium. Don't use my legalese text change order to come in with your particular set of pet issues. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to be very clear and very careful on putting any restrictions on any different businesses that we're trying to get into the city of Holyoke to provide a decent taxpayers. I do believe in necessary restrictions, but I don't believe in putting too many restrictions where people are going to go into other communities. You know, one of the things I've been focusing on my entire career is quality of life issues, and odor control is obviously one of them. When we did the waste treatment plant downtown, you know, we had many significant issues with that. What we do is we call them up and they would fix it. Anytime you walk by any pizza restaurant or a Chinese restaurant or any restaurant with a hood, you're going to smell some sort of odor. You know, walking by a pizza shop, I kind of enjoy that smell. However, I think that we have to worry about putting too many unnecessary restrictions on businesses. Thank you.
Councillor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak in favor of this this zoning text amendment as being presented by the Ordinance Committee. Number one, when it comes to any safety or health issues, Mass General Law and city ordinances are in place that would address the issue of order or the issue of safety in different ways that it can be mitigated and should be mitigated wherever it exists. Number two, the reason I'm supporting this is it's a request for something that we all were in favor of, for a 200-foot, I apologize, I think it was unanimous, but for a 200-foot buffer that makes sense to the industrial ring of this city. When we decided as a body at the beginning of the marijuana industry itself that we would use our industrial areas, zones, to allow manufacturing of marijuana to take place by special permit. The special permit addresses a lot of things, and I think the Ordinance Committee does a good job of putting the conditions on the special permit where they can. But this is to allow a 200-foot buffer in an industrial zone, which if you look at the ring of the city of Holyoke known as the industrial ring, this city was created where residents, schools, churches, convenience stores, mom and pop stores, everything was within walking distance of all these manufacturing buildings. And for years we've had too many vacant manufacturing buildings, and they're going to waste if we don't put business in them. This business has put multi-million dollars into numerous locations of enhancing and rehabbing those buildings, putting people to work. We saw when the assessors came in at their public hearing earlier this month, the impact it's had on values of these buildings and the increase in the assessments and the tax dollars that come into the city revenues, into the city coffers. Tonight is about a 200-foot buffer. We already voiced our approval of 200-foot partly for those reasons, but that it makes sense to allow a 200-foot buffer. It's still by special permit. We can deny special permits if the location doesn't fit a particular building, even though it's in the correct zone. So I support the catching up of the 200-foot buffer that's before us this evening.
Anyone further? Counselor Bacon.
Thank you. I would just note that during the meetings, we did have tenants of a downtown business communicate through the property owner that they were having issues and it was affecting their business relative to the odors coming out of the manufacturing of the marijuana. And so I think we created this ordinance early in the game, and like other ordinances that we have created, from time to time as the industry develops and other activities take place with it, such as solar, we find that some of the unintended consequences of it come to bear. And I think this is one of those situations. And I think we've been very careful and cautious and been quite aggressive relative to air quality in the city. With limited success, I would note, because we still have very high asthma rates, even now that the coal plant is gone. Nonetheless, I think this falls into that same category, and I understand the intent of the order maker, but we do have the current realities that we need to address. Thank you.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Thank you. I just want to point out that the buffer zone, the order that we see in front of us, has nothing to do with the air quality or anything like that. That came after. So let's not forget that. That has nothing to do with what's in front of us. Second, when the owner of the building came to the ordinance meetings, not once, not twice, but quite a few times, and the emails that I've read, I got concerned because I do care about the storefronts and the people that are running their businesses down there. So what I did was I met with the ones that he called out and I spoke to them, and they said, we've never complained about any smell. So I'm confused as to where this is coming from and why we're seeing this in front of us. And again, I want to reiterate, what we see in front of us has nothing to do with the smell. If there is indeed an issue with smell, then as Councilor Lisi mentioned, then an order needs to be filed and that needs to be documented. So what we have in front of us is just an error on our part. Shame on us. And we're just going to correct that. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone further? Seeing none, the motion was to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Say the ayes have it.
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
No.
Say the ayes have it.
Motion that the passage be ordained?
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the change.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Bartley,
No?
Graney,
No.
I can't hear if counselors aren't speaking into the microphone.
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Nope.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No. No.
8 yeas, 5 nays.
With your vote, that does not change.
What a shame.
Need 9. Next is public comment, of which we have 9 signed up, and then we have two emails? Is that 3? So we have three emails. So
Make a motion that we limit the comments to 1 minute based on the amount, if we're going to allow over 10 to speak.
Second.
motion is to limit to 1 because there's more than 10. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So just a reminder for those who are going to speak, it is 1 minute, around 30 seconds. I'll just give you a polite heads up, and then we'll move on after a minute to the next speaker. And then after we're done with the speaking, both here, online, I'll do the reading. With that, the first up is Kevin Jourdain.
Good evening, everyone. Kevin Jourdain, 18 Raymond Avenue. I just wanted to also say best wishes to the counselors that are leaving. I thank you for your service. This is all moot. I never had a problem resigning, said Izzy in the newspaper. Yet here we are, his allies contorting themselves like Olympic gymnasts to change the rules on the fly, making no pretense of real legislating. Izzy works in the schools, so carve out the schools. If he worked in the fire department, we carve out the fire department. Just make it up as we go along. Don't worry, Izzy, we'll take care of you. And if anybody complains, just call him a racist.
30.
As if past city leaders, including myself, were Nostradamus and could have predicted Izzy would someday be elected. The gimmick of the week of the Ordinance Committee is illegal as it clearly conflicts with Section 23 of the Charter. It carves out an exception when in the Charter no such exception exists. The current ordinance was approved by the Law Department because it was consistent with the Charter. Please uphold your oath and follow the Charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Owen Broadhurst.
My name is Owen Broadhurst of 1328 Northampton Street. The Charter plainly states that all city councilors shall meet and shall be sworn in. It plainly states also that no motions, orders, or any business are in order, including points of order, until a city council president is elected by all of the city councilors sworn in. Points of order, by the way, do not culminate in a vote, but in a ruling by the chair. Charter language regarding holding of other office plainly references elected office and department heads, not ordinary public personnel. Established case law pertaining makes that plain. Charter language regarding how successors shall be elected and qualified plainly references ballot status and certification of elections. There's no holdovers here. They get sworn in. The city council is the judge of its own qualifications and decides the matter by motions to expel the member seated. It would be foolish to do that, however, since the ordinance concerned clearly violates Article 9 of the Massachusetts Constitution. Look it up. All of you should already have known this.
1 minute.
I'm embarrassed for you that I needed to tell you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next up is Isaac Carrier. Sorry if I'm not saying that correctly. Just trying to read the writing.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Carrero, and I'm in support of this ordinance.
Well, so name and address.
Isaac Carrero, 246 West Franklin Street.
Okay, thank you. The floor is yours.
I'm a union carpenter. Prior to that, I was just a carpenter, and I suffered abuse as far as pay. When it comes to being a carpenter, I don't know no carpenter that doesn't wake up in the morning and wants to do a good job, wants to get up and provide for his family. And when it comes to those issues, there's a lot of problems. When you're working, you're taking time
You're at
from your
30.
family, you're physically exhausted, mentally exhausted, and your payment is not, holding up to standard when you're putting all this work in. So, that's why I'm in
You're fine. You're fine.
accordance with this. And thank you guys for your time. Have a good night.
No, thank you. And you're talking about the wage theft ordinance.
Yes.
Just so I know you said this one, so we just
Yes.
want to be clear for you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Next is 18 Quinn Drive, and that would be, looks like, is it Eric? Or, sorry. Scott. Oh, geez. Sorry.
I'm the
about
guy
that,
with the
Scott.
bad handwriting, apparently.
I'm worse. I'm real bad, so.
Scott Goulding, 19 Quinn Drive. I'm a lifelong resident of Holyoke, taxpayer, and I've also been a union carpenter for 33 years. So I am here speaking on behalf of the Carpenters Union in support of the wage theft ordinance. You know, this is something that we see all the time, and we just become accustomed to it. It's so widespread. But I'm also here as a taxpayer, more so as a taxpayer, because it's frustrating that we go through all this effort as a city through tax incentives and stuff like that to try to bring more economic growth in, and then to have somebody come in and take advantage of that situation and cheat and steal money from workers with our own money is frustrating. This ordinance has been used in a lot of other cities and towns. We've done this lots of other times, speaking lots of other places. And I'd like my hometown to follow suit and do the same thing. It's the right thing to do, and it makes a lot of sense, and I thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jose Maldonado Velez.
Hi everyone, Jose Maldonado Velez, 210 Pine Street. So I want to speak on a couple items tonight. The first one, 18G, which is the wage theft ordinance. I want to say that I'm in support of it. As we start investing in our infrastructure, I want to make sure that we're taking care of the workers of our city that are literally building our city. I'm also going to speak in support of item 37, with Councilor Anderson Burgos has put through. If it was in 2 weeks, I would co-sponsor that item with you. And then also on 18F, which has been the big topic for the last month or so. If the last 2 months have shown me anything, it's that it won't be easy, but I also know that mistakes will happen. Section 2G in the ethics ordinance, while well intended, was a mistake that will cause thousands of voices that voted this year to be silenced. These voices include your employees, your neighbors, friends, family, and if you're not listening to me, listen to them. We already have our state law that addresses city employees serving, a charter rule that addresses city officials serving. Let those guide us in this transition, and let the new council that was elected take up the ordinance language and make sure that it's included all of us. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next is Linda Pratt.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Linda Pratt, 39 St. Colby Drive. I am here tonight to ask you to suspend Rule 38 and allow a simple majority to decide item 18F. There are 4 members of this body who sought election in our past election cycle and were not successful. With no disrespect to those individuals, any one of them may be interested in continuing on council should the full council not be able to be seated. So I think it's really important that we not have the requirement for a supermajority when you all vote on item 18F because of this potential conflict of interest that could involve any one of these 4 individuals. If you're concerned about ethics, I really ask you to consider this. Over the last several years, I've spoken to this body several times, and I have to tell you all, I don't think it's ever influenced any of your votes. But this November, that influenced my vote. Thank you.
Next is Laura Clampett.
Good evening, councilors. Laura Clampett, 182 Locust Street. So I think we can all agree that ethics and morals are important. Councilor-elect Rivera did the ethical and moral thing and consulted with the law department and the state ethics commission to determine whether or not he could hold both the school department job and the city council position, and was given the green light to go ahead. This advice turned out to be incorrect. So I ask you what kind of message this sends when a candidate does, all the right things and is still, runs into issues when they go to take their seat. The timing of this is concerning to me, that this wasn't brought up earlier by those being the most vocal about this. It's not necessary for school department employees to be included in the ethics ordinance, since the city council does not hold line item or policy control over the school department. The opportunity for a conflict of interest is no higher than that of individuals serving on the city council who work for private companies that deal with the city of Holyoke. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is one, and I'm unsure of the last name. I'm not sure if it's a V or a...
Hola, buenas noches.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Juan Valencia Rojas.
All right.
I want to speak in Spanish.
Do you have address, please? Your address.
I live in Hatfield, and then I come in today to support the...
If you're not from Holyoke, we have to suspend the rules to allow people from outside to speak.
Suspend the rules, make a motion to
All
allow
those
them.
in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Time is yours.
Okay. Hace 2 años estaba trabajando para un patrón de construcción y estuve trabajando por 4 meses. Cuando al final del mes, gracias. Estuve trabajando por 4 meses.
I was working for 4 months.
Y en el último mes el patrón no me pagó.
They didn't pay me.
Y todo lo se acumuló como fue $3,000.
Everything amounts to $3,000. That's how much money I accumulated that he owed me.
En ese tiempo estaba trabajando porque mi esposa estaba estudiando.
And that time I was working because my wife was going to school.
Y yo estaba pagando todos los biles, la renta, escuela.
And I was paying all the bills, school, rent.
Él no pagó, entonces lo que hice fue demandarlo al departamento del trabajo.
He never paid me, so I sued him through the Department of Labor.
Aparte de que pasó eso, no había una regulación de seguridad de trabajo.
Through all of that, it was not a regulation or anything that secured my job either.
So we're out of time to let them wrap up.
Solamente quiero decirles que apoyen eso de sancionar a los empleadores que no pagan a los trabajadores.
I just want to tell you guys that I would like you guys to, support the sanction, support the people that is in this company is doing the right thing. Thank
Muchas
you.
gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Ruth Garcia.
Then we have Lori Belanger.
Good evening. My name is Lori Belanger, 16 Roland Street, and I'm here tonight in my capacity as the Chief Procurement Officer. First off, I would like to thank Councilor Graney, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Hernandez, Councilor LeBron Martinez, Councilor Lisi, Councilor Leahy, and Councilor Sullivan for their service to the City Council and their support of me and my efforts in my capacity. I wish everybody and all of you a happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to your families. So thank you for that. Real quick, I did send an email out last night, and I apologize for the delay. I just would like to offer just some real quick considerations on the wage theft ordinance. A, we don't have a problem in the city, and we're not going to have a problem in the city as long as I'm the Chief Procurement Officer. If you look at some of the restrictions as it relates to private development and TIFs, I think it potentially could be problematic for our want and our ability to try to develop properties. 90% of this ordinance is already covered under Mass General Law. I've sent out contracts and forms. So I ask you just to please reread this cumbersome, as it reads right now, language, and to possibly consider a statement of support, which would be on the lower level versus jumping right up to a legislative ordinance. So I just ask for those considerations, and I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. You had one that you had? Yeah, why don't you read that one, and then I'll do the other two? Can you just read it from there?
This is from Mimi Panich, 134 Madison Avenue. To the Honorable City Council, Holyoke City Council, I am writing to ask the council to suspend Rule 38 and allow the vote on item 18F to be taken by simple majority vote. I actually agree with those who've argued that the amendment as it stands is flawed. It is, and I hope the new council will take it as a priority to replace it with better, more targeted language. But the amendment does take care of the immediate problem before you, which is removing any roadblocks to seating a duly elected councilor who the majority here agrees should not be disqualified from serving by reason of his employment. Taking the vote on it under suspension of Rule 38 is the only way to avoid the very serious conflict of interest issues that are present for any member of the council who would be interested in pursuing or would even accept an appointment to any council seat that may be open in January by reason of a failure to pass this ordinance change. It's extremely unlikely that any such seat will fall open, but this is nevertheless an important safeguard. Our system depends on citizens being able to have confidence in the integrity of their officials, and in no area is that more important than when the sanctity of the people's vote may be implicated. Part of the reason we have ethics rules at all is to prevent even the appearance of improper motives, and thus to protect our collective confidence in our elected officials. We may disagree on issues, but we should never... Okay.
We're going to keep it even in the reading. We're going to keep to the rules. So the rest would be submitted, and I do believe people received the email. The next public comment is, hello, my name is Mark Hickey at 16 Oakwood Ave in Holyoke. I'd like to do this in person, but things being the way that they are, it is wiser to send a message remotely. Thank you to Councilor McGee for relaying this tonight. Is the last meeting for two of Holyoke's very best counselors. I want to thank Councilor Sullivan and Graney for all they have done for Holyoke taxpayers, citizens, and to the city itself. Howie and Sully were the credit to the city and stood their ground even when angry mobs were against them. Fighting for what is right is what they do. Neither did this for power nor glory. They did this for the city, and they deeply care. So thank you, Howie, and thank you, Sully. You are truly missed on the city, and I wish you both the best, whatever it is next for you. Sincerely, Mark Hickey. That was 40 seconds. Next is from Helene Busby at 90 Brookline Ave. Dear Holyoke City Council members, I strongly urge the council to adopt a proposal modification to Ordinance 2-69, which would exempt employees of Holyoke Public Schools and ban on the city employees serving on the city council. We deeply appreciate the commitment for those who have served in the Holyoke City Council and have dedicated their time, ideas, and leadership to support local government. It is the sign of bravery and a chapter to recognize when a law, ordinance, or other act of government has created an unfair and undemocratic result. It would be the fundamental unjust to deny Holyoke voters the opportunity to be represented by individuals with the second highest number of votes at large election. That's a little over 30. The fact that those who work at the Holyoke Public Schools will waive will waive their salaries to recuse themselves on matters that are elected to the Holyoke Public School system is fair and reasonable, meaning to prevent this kind of council to concern about, and we're at time for that one. Is there anything else? Okay, so we have online. Who's first? All right, next is John Aubin. John, are you there?
Yes, hello.
So name and address, and then we'll turn it over to you.
Sure, it's John Aubin, 42 Clinton Avenue, Holyoke. I just want to say that I have been developing in Holyoke for over 20 years, that I participated, like many of you, in the plan for the redevelopment of downtown Holyoke. I also support of the legalization of marijuana and voted for marijuana in Holyoke. What I did not vote for is what has been flooded in the downtown. I have to say I'm very disappointed that as a business that pays over $120,000 a year in taxes the past 20 years, I do not believe a single member of the city council would have or would allow a manufacturer or a grower in their neighborhood, behind their house, next to their business, or next to their children's school. So I have to say I'm very disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. John Roche. John, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Name and address, please.
John Roach, 12 to 44 Holyoke Street. I'm speaking in favor of Ordinance 18A, the proposed zone change to RC. We are the owners and developers of the new shopping center that is located on Holyoke Street on the access road to the mall, directly across the street from the Barnes & Noble Shopping Center. The proposed RC zone provides one cohesive zone for all property owners, which levels the competitive playing field. It also further helps us understand development potential. Currently, our property falls within 3 zones, which makes it complicated when evaluating future uses and development feasibility. The proposed regulations will enable additional uses, which will aid in our efforts to finish the lease up and complete development of the shopping center. Hope you all have a happy holiday season and healthy new year.
Thank you. Anyone else? Izan Haddad?
Yes, hello, Yazan Haddad, 568 South East Street, as well as 42 to 48 Main Street, Holyoke. I wanted to address the ordinance change issue here, and I'm speaking to you guys from the heart here when I say, you know, like, I'm a young entrepreneur who came into Holyoke and took a bet on it to take it from the ashes and put it not just out of the ashes, but into the atmosphere, the stratosphere even. And it's been 6 months since we've been trying to follow your rules. And it's just so difficult for us, you know, when we're spending all these resources and really trying to achieve the American dream, when we're being shut down by this lack of, you know, solving a problem. It's a simple error in the text. Like, John Aubin, we hear you. I've read about you. You're amazing. I want to strive to do what you did for Holyoke. Like, we don't want to create odors and stuff, but let's deal with that separately. Let's solve this issue, cross this bridge, and then cross that one when we get to it. But you're suffocating the entrepreneurship, which is America itself, by doing what you guys are doing.
We are at time.
Help us make Holyoke great again.
Lynn Haran?
Hi, Lynn Haran, 100 Southampton Road. You hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Since we're speaking of conflict of interest issues on which is indeed an important subject, I bring up a valid concern for many in Holyoke. Since some of the present city council members who lost their seats after a legitimate election were asking questions about a potential to challenge the seats of those who won new seats in that legitimate election, and were allowed to presently vote on that same issue that would impact those same new members' future, isn't that most certainly a very large conflict of interest, since that's what we're discussing?
30 seconds.
And if they've lost their seats, stand to benefit and potentially take those seats back and not through the election process, isn't that also a conflict of interest we should be looking at? Please suspend Rule 38. We need to further examine a better interpretation of the charter as it relates to conflict of interest. But it is complex and takes time, and we don't have that for the end of this year. And thank you, Juan Burgos, by the way, for your suggestions in terms of the majority vote. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a happy holiday, stay safe, stay healthy, and above all, compassionate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Jordan Hart.
Hi, Jordan Hart, 213 Beach Street. I'm also the executive director of the Greater Holyoke Chamber, and I am speaking tonight on behalf of the wage theft ordinance. I am in favor of passing this. I think that it is a way where we can keep jobs in Holyoke secure and equitable. As we have heard, the wage theft is something that significantly impacts non-English speaking workers, and I think that we need to be aware of that it is a systemic issue that is happening in Holyoke, and just because it's not seen or heard does not mean that it doesn't happen. If we have developers who are already swearing by the state that they are abiding by this, then signing an affidavit for the city shouldn't be any more challenging, and it shouldn't be a deterrent for doing business in the city. I think that there's far more other obstacles that developers and contractors face when doing business in the city, and I don't think that signing an affidavit agreeing that they have abided by this in the past 5 years is one of them. So I just, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so that is it for that on the list, as well as, you didn't sign it? All right. Go ahead. 1 minute. Name and address.
Israel Rivera, 25 Willow Street. Thank you again for allowing me to come in and present and speak. I'm sorry I'm late. My family was taking family photos at 7 o'clock, exactly the same time as we started the meeting. I try to do both at the same time, but I can't be in two places at the same time. Family comes first. So I'm here, I guess, to say thank you again to those that are in favor and that have helped me out throughout the process. I am not asking anyone for to bend over backwards to create any special rules or regulations for me particularly. I am just asking to be able to serve the people that have voted me in and to possibly be able to take care of my family at the same time. As mentioned before, yes, I did talk about resigning. That's still in the cards, possibly. But it's my life, it's my situation, and I'll handle it however I feel like I should handle it. No one should tell me what I should do and shouldn't do with my life and how I should take care of my family moving forward. It sucks that people are getting their rocks off on seeing this situation unfold.
We're at time.
And at the same time, lastly, I would say is conflict of interest should not only apply to me.
Thank you. And there was one that was on, but it dropped off. They're back on, and who's that? Jim Valeriani, if I'm saying that correctly. Jim, are you there?
Yes, Mr. President, can you hear me?
Yeah, Jim?
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes. So name, address, and we'll turn it over to you.
All right, my name is James Valeriani. I'm with the Mensing Law Group, 100 State Street in Boston, 02109. A client of mine, yes, a dad who owns property at 40-48, just spoke. He owns property. I'm as an attorney. I have a right to speak right now. Now, I represented that company for 6 months on that special permit with the city council. This city council violated numerous constitutional and state statutes this evening. Your ordinance already contains the following language, even though it was said there were no protections against odor. That was disingenuous on the part of at least 2 councils. Here it is. All marijuana establishments shall be ventilated in such a manner that no odor from marijuana cultivation, processing, or consumption can be detected by a person with an unimpaired and otherwise normal sense of smell at any adjoining use. I spoke with the building inspector. He hasn't had an enforcement action against any cultivation facility, and whoever can smell it over at open space can figure out where it's coming from and file an enforcement action. That's the zoning statute. Now, the city solicitor's 2-page letter to this council wasn't read in. Now, it was a late file.
We are at time. We are at time for public comment.
I'd like this city council to reconsider the earlier vote, please, Mr. President.
The question
Community
is,
impact fees can go to
hold on.
Open
The time for public comment. This is what public comment is. This is not an ordinance meeting or anything like that. It's public comment. Therefore, a request by any counselor to extend time. Having heard any? No. So therefore, are there any other? That's time for that one. Is there any other speaker? Seeing none in the chamber, we read all the communications for public comment. That is it for online. We'll now move on in the agenda to communications, of which communication 3 is from the mayor.
3, 4, and 5 is a package. I believe they're all reappointments.
Second.
By Mayor Garcia that we had reviewed in the Public Service Committee in the past few months under Acting Mayor Murphy.
All right, so motion is to take up 3, 4, and 5 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Reappointment of Jeffrey Haran. That will serve a 3-year term as a member of the Conservation Commission. Reappointment for another Conservation Commission for a 3-year term. and a 3-year term for the Historic District, which is Olivia Malzul. These are all reappointments. The motion would be receive,
Receive and
adopt,
confirm the
grant
appointments.
grant the reappointments. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
6 is from Lisa Ball, the city solicitor. It's a legal opinion for a special permit.
Motion to receive and send ordinance.
Motion to receive and refer to
Second.
ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 7
Receive, send to ordinance.
is also from city solicitor regarding the subdivision settlement. And that is receive and refer to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Is the subdivision, or is that with the J&J, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Maybe that should go to,
want
we're
DG
already done. No,
Yeah.
I think just to receive is
Just
good
receive?
enough,
Okay.
yeah.
So 7 is just to receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 8 is from the city clerk as well as our city council admin, which is the minutes for December 7, 2021. Motion
to receive the minutes.
Unless there's any comments or
Under
corrections.
discussion?
Yeah, Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I think, don't you spell your son's name with a Y?
What?
Don't you spell your son's name with a Y?
Miles?
Yeah.
M-Y-L-E.
Yeah, so motion to amend the spelling of his name to Miles.
What page was that on?
It was all over the place, so it was, yeah. Whatever it was when it was there, there's several references to my buddy Miles. But just motion to correct it.
Oh, during the proclamation. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Motion is to amend
There's no way
the
Jeff
I
would know
to
that.
Y so that my son in history knows he didn't spell it wrong.
He can spell his name.
With his dad up
And then
here.
the second one, I think we had the wrong tally for the for that 2G vote. It was 13-0 in the minutes, but I think the tally was 8-5. So I just want to correct that in the minutes if we could.
All right, so on both of those corrections, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So that was to receive with the corrections. 9 is to the Office of Planning and Economic Development, notice of intent to sell Lot 1 and 2 Mountain Road.
Oh, yeah, Mr. President.
Yep.
Yeah, Gina.
I just want to
There's something that Councilor Bartley has.
Yeah,
on this
just table 9 and 10. Just leave it on the table for right now. 'Cause let's just get through the rest of this and.
All right. So motion is to table 9 and 10 for now. So first take up as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And then
Aye.
to table them. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 11 is the Holyoke School Committee letter, transfer of Holyoke, City of Holyoke, the St. Vincent property. Motion would be to receive.
Receive.
It's a letter informing of the transfer.
Right, no, this is very, no, the motion is to receive and refer to to OPED and to actually to DGR and copy to OPED because they're gonna have to review it and then determine if they wanna, we have to take a vote to accept it, right? So I think we have to do it that way if that's.
All right. The motion
Okay.
is to receive, send to DGNR with a copy to OPED. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Let's see here. Minutes of the meeting.
Yeah, suspend
Minutes
and
of the
take
meeting,
12.
meeting. So 12, 13,
13, and
14
14.
as a package.
14, it looks like, as a
Yep,
package.
12, 13, and 14. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Those are minutes of the meeting. That's Park and Rec for September 30th, 2021. Board of Health, July 20th, August 31st, and September 29th. And then Redevelopment Authority, June 9, August 18th, and September 29th, October 27th. Those are to receive.
Be
All those in
received.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Petitions, I guess we can take them all up.
Take them all up, items.
Package and-
Package.
Suspend the rules. Package 15,
Take
16,
up a
17.
package of 15, 16, and 17. Suspend the rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those
Approval,
opposed?
so long as they paid everything.
Yep, so this is the first one. 15 is a renewal of a home occupation nail salon at 778 Homestead Ave. Renewal of a home occupation for property management at 97 Locust. And then a renewal of home occupation for yoga studio at 123 Homestead Ave.
Motion that they all be renewed and approved pending all municipal fees and taxes are paid.
Here they are checked off that
Second that.
they're in compliance. So motion is receive, adopt, grant the renewals on all three. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, President's report. I'll do it somewhat quickly. One, to wish everyone here, as we get into it, a very safe and happy holidays. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everything. Hopefully we'll see between those times, but I want to get out and open. Two, the City Council party is now official. It's at January 29th, Wyckoff at 5:30. I know I said I'd get back to you, so that's the time. January 29th, 5:30, Wyckoff. Special thank you to Councilor McGivern and the city clerk, Brendan Murphy-McGee. They worked very hard on getting this set up and everything set up for everyone here, so thank you to them for all their work on that. Reminder, tomorrow at Pick's Place, that will be the City Hall Christmas party. Once again, the City Hall Christmas party, of which the council is invited. I know some people have already responded, but that's at 5:30 at Pick's Place. Everyone here is invited. Hope to see everyone there tomorrow. Also, I forgot to mention it last time. I want to say congratulations to the clerk's office. One, for their election, all the work that they did on their elections. Just to let people know, I do volunteer on the day of setup. I guess there's an old way of where the council used to volunteer and help set up machines and everything. So I've been doing that. I haven't seen a lot of you helping me out, but I'm just putting that out there. No, but it's amazing to see what they do on getting all the machines out of here into the trucks and then setting up each and every polling location and testing them and getting them doing, and then to ultimately have the recount done and see the work that they did there. So I just want to give a shout out to the clerk's office for a great job there. Finally, because it's been mentioned, want to say thank you to the members that are leaving here. It's not saying goodbye, as I always say before. You'll obviously at some point either be back in some way, shape, or form, and we'll see you. But to Councilor Graney, Councilor Lisi, Councilor Bourne-Martinez, Councilor Hernandez, Councilor Sullivan, Councilor Murphy, Acting Mayor Murphy, and my very good friend, Councilor Leahy. I wish you nothing but the best. It has been an honor and a privilege to work with you. Honestly, anything that you've done in this chamber, out in the community, your volunteerism is greatly appreciated, and I can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for me and my family, but really what you really did for the city in your service as a counselor. And I always say, once a counselor, always a counselor, and I hope you remember that. So with that, I'd like to go down the list and turn it over to each member. It's your right if you would like to say something. If not, but I believe you're entitled to that. So with that, Councilor Graney.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. President, thanks for the accolades. I'd just like to thank all the residents of Holyoke, especially the people who have supported me over the years. I tried my best to serve you with dignity, integrity, and common sense. In the next election cycle, who knows? I'll be 2 years younger. I may decide to run again. I may not. But we will see what happens. As long as I am of sound mind and sound body, I will continue to support the people of Holyoke. And I wish the best for the new people who are coming on board. And hopefully we can move the city forward, move the city to a better place. Certainly I'll be rooting for you, and we'll see what happens. But thank you very much. Thank you for my fellow counselors over the years, the people I served with on the school committee. I believe that you have treated me with respect and dignity, and I hope that you believe that I have treated you with respect and dignity as well. Thank you very much.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to all of the Holyoke residents that have voted me into office for the past 7 terms. While I'm not from Holyoke, I've been a big part of Holyoke through this position and the work that we've done in council chambers together. I've been actively and meaningfully involved in shaping the city, and I have 2 parting thoughts to leave you with this evening. we're at this time of year where the days are darker, and it lends itself to self-reflection, introspection, and I've been thinking about what my role in the city and what the city's own role in its own history in a way has been. And I think it's a time where we get to consider the stories that make us who we are, and which of those stories serve us, and which we'll take on into the new year and into the future, and which of those stories no longer serve us, and we can perhaps leave behind for new stories that will help foster growth. So first, I'd like Holyoke to reconsider its reputation as a place that is closed off to outsiders. I'm sure that everyone is familiar with the story that we tell to ourselves about how someone can live in Holyoke for their entire life, but unless they're actually born here, they'll never truly be a Holyoker. As a young woman who came here from New York and has been elected citywide to serve this city for the past 14 years, I think that I have been embraced by this community, and I believe that it's safe to say that Holyoke is more open and welcoming than we like to admit. I think that this is a story that we should rewrite for ourselves, that Holyoke has the ability to welcome new voices, new people, new faces into its borders, and through that effort, we enlarge the city's reputation, and we enable the city with a greater ability to carry forward its legacy into the future. The second story that I'd like us to think about is the story that we talk about in terms of Holyoke's potential. I think as Holyokers, we're very much in love with this story about Holyoke's potential. And we really do have the potential to become a world-class city. I do think that we should actually start to revisit this story and think more about how we can take action and steps to not only have this potential out there, but what are the steps and actions that we're going to take to realize this potential? How are we going to make that potential a reality for ourselves? And what this brings to mind is a concept of time that I learned in the past couple of years, where in some cultures, they don't think of past, present, and future in that order, where like the past is something that's happened. Many cultures think of the future as already happened. Because of the actions that we take today, the future is already predetermined in some ways. And I'd like to call everyone's attention to the inscription on the wall behind the president's podium, where it says, "Makers of law, makers of history." Because I think that this line, I've been staring at it for the past 14 years. I think that while it's true, the makers of law become the makers of history, it really has a narrow focus on the legislators. And I think as we move forward into a post-COVID world, we should really look to think about the way that the makers of law are the makers of the future. I think that has the ability to empower and give more meaning to the everyday actions that not only we take as city councilors, but that the community has to take and offer. I think that if we think instead about being makers of law, being the makers of the future, we might think differently about how our actions today are helping to create either a closed off, small, or future that is repeating destructive patterns, or instead how our actions today are helping to enlarge, embrace, and become more inclusive and loving, so that our children and our children's children can look back on the work we did today and say that we did a lot to make their tomorrow better. So that's all that I have to say. It's really been an honor. And again, as a young woman from New York with New York plates on her car for the first time running for office, Thank you so much for the trust and honor that you have given me with the ability to take on this role and serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor LeBron Martinez.
Good evening. Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank my colleagues here for have given me the opportunity, have mentored me, my historian to my left, who I've learned so much from. Joe, thank you. And everyone that has voted me in, not only as a city council, but 6 years also as a school board. Totals of 16 years to serve you, and I thank you. I just want to remind us that let's allow and support the ones that are coming in to have the opportunity to do the same thing we've done. I leave with no regrets in a sense of what I have learned here and also what I've been able to do for my community. I was not mostly the outspoken here at the table, but I was always advocating out in my community for the people, for their service, and I didn't even have to come through you guys. Most of the time I did it on my own by getting services that they needed. So I just want to say that, the support and our staffing in the city, because they're the ones who also make things happen for many of us, believe it or not. Sometimes we think it's our orders or not, but they're the ones really making the work behind the doors and behind the scenes. So thank you to my constituents and my colleagues, and thank you, Todd, for your leadership as a president, and everyone who is a staff here who's probably watching if they are. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilor Hernandez.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Although I've only served one term in the city council, and under a national pandemic emergency, quite the non-traditional way to learn, it has been an honor to have had the opportunity to serve my community. And I learned many things in these, not in this chamber, but in this position that I've been trusted with. And I just want to say that thank you to my constituents in Ward 4 and the Greater Holyoke for trusting in me to represent them. Holyoke is a great city of opportunities. I arrived here in 1994, and this town gave me a hands up. I raised my kids in Bowden Village, and I moved forward from there. I was able to secure employment, and I know that this town is kind, and we can all maximize and be self-sufficient here. So there's opportunities, but we have to work hard at continuing to be inclusive and accepting of our differences, embrace our different cultures, and move away from, antiquated methods and policies, and move forward with new methods that will bring us all together. So thank you very much, and this is not the end of my community involvement. I will continue to be there and serve in different capacities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you. Like everyone else, I really appreciate having had this time to serve the citizens of Holyoke. It's been an honor. It's also been a great honor to work with each of you in this room here tonight. We haven't always agreed on everything. We've different views, but I respect the view and the opinion of every single one of you, the hard work that you do, the time, the dedication, the commitment that you've given to the city of Holyoke. And I wish the new incoming councilors and our new mayor the best of luck in the coming years. There'll be challenges, new challenges,
new opportunities, and I wish them all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy, Acting Mayor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let me start off first. I want to thank my wife for agreeing to sacrifice, or maybe it wasn't a sacrifice, not having to see me all the time. But I want to thank my wife, Jean Tillman, who 3 years ago when I said, I think I might try to see if I can get the Ward 2 councilor seat. And she said, oh, yeah, for a year, okay. And that'd be good. And then, 8-9 months ago, I said, I might go after, people have asked me if I would consider to be the acting mayor. So I want to thank her. I mean, I know it was a sacrifice. I know she appreciated the work I did. So thank you. I also want to thank each of you. You gave me the honor of a lifetime. Trusted me to try to do right by this city, and I tried to do that every single day. I tried to make every Holyoke resident know that I cared about them. Even though, as Councilor Sullivan, we didn't always agree, but I always tried to make sure they knew they were respected and that their dignity was in my heart. And I want to thank you all for working with me cooperatively in those 7 months and in the 3 years. It was something I did not expect to be doing as I got into the 70s. But, I started this in the 70s, but it was the 70s of the 1900s. And now going in here. So I appreciate it. I think we've done some good things. I do, as Councilor Sullivan said, I would also wish the new council recognize that you need to work together. Recognize that you're going to have differences, and some of them are going to get personal, but try to keep them to be issue-oriented. Be at meetings, do your research, and try to enjoy the experience, and work with the people here that have been here, and they can give you some good advice, so that as you're going in, you're taking it one step at a time. And thank you, and I hope all of you have a great holiday. And to the people of Holyoke, stay together. We'll get through this. Please take every precaution during the holidays. Our numbers are going in the wrong direction. We've got to take care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, but definitely not least, Councilor Leahy.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. This kind of reminds me of reading a eulogy at my own funeral. That's kind of odd, but I do want to thank all the people for this, all the citizens and the businesses that have been voting for me, and they've had their trust in my ability to make our city a more promising place for not only their families but for mine as well. I just want to totally thank my parents, Thomas and Mary Ellen. They've been by my side for years. Thank God my father came to this country to achieve the American dream. And good thing that he was driving through Holyoke, but his car broke down. That's what he says. That's how he moved here. So that worked out well for me. I also want to thank my beautiful brothers. I have 3 great brothers, Patrick, Brian, and Thomas, and my beautiful sister, Sheila. They've been by my side the whole time. And, of course, with their spouses, Melissa, Charlie, Iris, and Melanie. Holyoke is a tough place. I was once told that this is when you get into politics in Holyoke, it's going to be like a mixed martial art fight. You're not going to know where the punches come from. But at the end of the day, people are just trying to move forward and trying to make the Holyoke the better place it could be. So as for the new city councilors, I'm not going to give any advice to you guys, but I'm just going to congratulate you and share your role is crucial. It can be the most rewarding feeling at times, and when things get tough, just remember what Roosevelt said in Paris many years ago. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how strong the man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who actually is in the arena. You guys put your names on the ballots, and that's the most difficult thing I think you could do. I certainly want to congratulate my friend Josh, Mayor Garcia. I know that he's going to do a great job. If it wasn't for my 2 friends, Patty Devine and Ernie Ross, many years ago, 22 years ago, I wouldn't have got involved with this. I would not have got involved with politics, I don't think, at the time. Listening stories about James Michael Curley and many other great politicians. But I just want to give a shout out to Patty and Ernie. Ernie, he's not with us any longer, but I know how he felt about me. And as for Patty, I could have asked for a more passionate, organized task manager to keep the momentum going. Also, I want to give props and thank you to Sheila Morrow, who's been working as my campaign manager for the last couple of years. She was always there to help me, and she did a great job. And we probably spent more hours laughing than we ever did working on the campaign. Maybe that's part of the problem. I also want to thank early on to get my name on the board, Darby O'Brien and his people. Marketing wise, they did some unique things that I'm not sure if I would have had the guts to do, but I did them. So I just wanted to say thank you. And their advice to me is always to keep my dukes up. Just want to thank the countless friends who held signs, wrote friendship cards, donated money, supported me throughout the years. Knowing that I couldn't go to concerts or games because I had city council meetings to do, I am forever grateful to each one of them. I'm certainly proud of my service to the Paper City. I'm proud of my involvement with the St. Patrick's Parade Committee, the Boys and Girls Club, the Children's Museum, the Merry-Go-Round, Holyoke Youth Soccer, Holyoke Youth Lacrosse, Boys and Girls Club, Westfield State Foundation, and all the other boards I can currently still serve on. I think that I've been a cog in the wheel, and I hope that it's going to continue moving forward. I had the pleasure of working alongside of you guys, some great city councilors. At times, I would say I probably agreed with all you guys 60 to 75% of the time. It's the other 25% that you guys made bad mistakes. But having said that, I also want to thank all the other city councilors that I worked with. I've been here, close to 22 years now, so I've met a lot of great people, and I appreciate all of them. Most importantly to me, I want to thank the people who took this ride along, this long, strange ride it's been. My wonderful son, Brendan, my two beautiful daughters, Caroline and Paige, and most importantly, the captain of our crew, the leader of our house, my wife, Eileen. She deserves more praise than I ever could. In fact, when we were on our honeymoon, she thought that it would be a good idea to, we were over in Paris, and we took the channel over to London, and she's like, you need a new tie. You need a nice tie for your first meeting. So we went to Harrods, and we bought this. And I get back, and my mother's like, this is the ugliest tie I've ever seen in my life. So this is the only second time that I've ever worn it. And gosh, my mom was right. This is an ugly, ugly tie. But I just want to say once again to Eileen, thank you so much. So I can't really, sum it up, but in the beautiful written lyric by Leo Moran of the Saw Doctors, he basically says this little poem, where here it is, my time has come. It won't be long, I'm going to be moving on. I can't complain, I've had my day, now I'll be on my way. All the good times we've had, much more than bad, what can I say, I'll be on my way. So once again, thank you. My name's James Leahy. I will be running again. I'm just a kid from Holyoke, and that's where my story started. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you all for your service. I'll leave it with this. All of you served with honor, grace, dignity. And Jim, I actually like the tie because in all of your honor, I do it once a year, and thank God it's only once a year, but for you all, I'll wear the holiday coat to get the season started off. But I wish you all the very best. If you ever need anything, this is when I was 30 pounds heavier. So I wish you nothing but the best, and I thank you for everything that you have done. With that, we'll move on to to everybody.
Yeah.
So to reports of committee ordinance would be first 18A. Well, actually, only two have signed this. You need three.
I'm signing it.
Oh, you're signing it. Okay, so I'll be for Councilor Lisi. Committee on ordinance to refer to a zone change proposal for RC zone, taking into account both present tendencies and future development. Recommended that be adopted. Motion be received.
Motion
adopt.
to
Go ahead,
receive the committee report, adopt, and pass the first reading.
So motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading under first to Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So we've heard about the RC district before. This is creating a retail center district in the city And the purpose is to help consolidate all the different types of uses that are in the zones where businesses could be sited, such as business highway, industrial park, business limited, and so on, and create a catch-all zone. And then the hope is that now that the zone is created, we can work with property owners to change the entire zoning around the mall area to the retail center district. That's a separate order that is still in committee. And what's before you tonight is just a simple text change that would create the retail center zoning in the ordinance. Again, this is, and because malls are becoming alls, and in order to continue to compete in a world where entrepreneurship, artisan shops, and online shopping are all competing with the viability of malls, we've seen how malls have to diversify the types of businesses that are allowed to locate there. Additionally, when you look over to the mall area on the zoning map, you see a patchwork of different zones. We heard from, I think, 1 or 2 speakers this evening during public comment who talked about the property across from Barnes & Noble Shopping Center that's being developed is actually one developer who has 3 tracts of land with 3 different zones. And so to actually create a plan for how to build and develop on that property has been very challenging. What the RC district does is create a universal zone that would be overlaid on top of these parcels altogether. When you read through the zoning in terms of the text that's been provided, really the things of note that we discussed in committee that we then settled upon is that we have a 4-story by right height limitation and can exceed that 4-story height limitation, that's 40 feet, with a special permit of the city council. When you look at the text, the legal form that was provided to you, you will see this also allows for car washes and a number of other principal uses that are found in all other business districts. So again, it's a consolidation, it's a catch-all, and all special permits that would need to be obtained are obtained through the city council, which is in alignment with what has been for each individual zone previously. So I know it's a lot to digest and that the legal form was circulated only yesterday, but the Planning Board and the Ordinance Committee have been working on this for a number of years together. And again, it passed unanimously out of committee with the amendments that were made to eliminate amusement parks and racetracks. And otherwise, there was a lot of agreement, at least on the creation of the zone in the ordinance text. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. I have a point of order because before us, we have legal language that is not simply establishing the zone. It's establishing the zone and replacing a currently existing zone. And those items did not come out of committee with the same vote. They were 2 separate votes, and they're together in the legal form. So I had stated in committee, while I wasn't opposed to creating a zone that then businesses could choose to apply for, I was adamantly opposed to creating a zone and substituting one spot zone for another, which is what the legal form in front of us does. We all know and have heard many times that the shopping center zone is a spot zone. So unfortunately, effectively what we've done in this document that's before us, and it was 2 separate votes in committee. One was 5-0 to create the zone. The other was 3-2 with 2 against. But the only legal form we have before us is substituting one for the other. That was not the vote of the committee, though.
Okay.
So I don't know how we handle that as a legal matter, because they were separate votes.
All right, so legal is on. We can suspend the rules, ask legal for an update. Okay, so is that what you're looking to do, Counselor Bacon?
Well, what I really want to do is I want to have the committee look at this legal language before it's coming to the council. We got the red line version the Friday before our meeting from Jeffrey, and everybody on this council just got this late yesterday or today, I'm not sure, but they haven't probably even had time to read it. And this is very complex zoning language, and the planning board, while they recommended to create this zone and require all these properties to accept this zone, and particularly in the face of rules changes that might make a simple majority telling business owners what their zone will be, this is of great concern and should be done in a deliberate manner. This is not the way the planning board recommended to the committee. And I want to further read into the record from the mall, which I've shared at the ordinance committee meeting, that the mall, and I want to read from a letter that they sent to me, which I'll file as an official communication if I need to. But what the mall manager said to me is, the Holyoke Mall is comfortable with the RC zoning changes if we're able to retain our current rights as they exist today. Upon further review, notations on changes relative to residential and multifamily housing and restaurant and drive-through provisions are fundamental changes we wouldn't support as written today. Currently, the mall enjoys, as of right, multifamily housing and drive-through restaurants in the BH zone. To mandate the mall to take this new zone would take those as of right uses away from the mall. So it does the opposite of what the intention was stated that it would do, and the mall has gone on record as saying they do not want this put on them if this is what is in this language, which is what is in the language. So I just think we have a problem in front of us taking up one. We have legal language that has both.
Okay, so Counselor Lisi's next.
I just want to confirm some of the points that Councillor Bacon made about how there were two separate votes taken, and we shouldn't be replacing the SC district with the RC district in this. What we had passed out was just the creation of the RC text language, and it has nothing to do with the zone change order that is a separate order. So the points that Councillor Bacon raised about the mall not wanting to have this placed onto them, that is an entire conversation for another time, because what this is supposed to be doing in the legal form is a simple creation of the retail center district. We did, by a separate vote, approve the deletion of the SC district. It was by a 3-2 vote. So in some ways that should be, as it is on the agenda, a separate order. It was a separate order, which is 18H. So we should see if we could amend on the floor the portion that says we're deleting this section, and later on, if we approve 18H, then we would be able to revert to the full language, but they should be two separate votes with independent legal forms, related only to just where it says deleting section 8.3 entitled shopping center districts and replacing it in its entirety. So under suspension of the rules, I would ask Attorney Degnan to provide some guidance for how we can make whole through an amendment the language to create the RC district without the deletion of the SC district.
Well, I think, good evening, councilors. I think Councilor Lisi, you had hit on it, I mean, at least for one point, is to simply amend the part about deleting shopping center districts in its entirety and replacing it. We could probably say creating, section 8.3 is creating retail centers, which I think as you go down into the ordinance, it does that, and it sets forth multiple points after that. There were other, this is rather comprehensive, I thought. There were other, it isn't just this 8.3 that's being created. Maybe this is Councilor Bacon's point, is the table of uses was amended. And I think, as you, Councilor Lisi, had meant planning board was taken out with respect to approvals of special permits, at least in the RC district. So I think maybe just to vote on creating just the very first, just the very first ordinance, because you have like 4 or 5 there, legal forms, separate legal forms. You could create, just make that amendment at the top of the page, and then leave in the creation, and actually say creating retail centers, RC, and then go through with all the points in section 8.3. And then the other amendments, if you want to take that up at a different time, and I'm talking about section 4.3, the table of uses. I know there was discussion about 5.2 with respect to dimensional regulations. You might wish to take that off too. And the signing, take that off. I think the section 2 with respect to amending the definitions, which includes a definition of retail centers, you could pass that tonight. So I hope that makes some sense. Because I'm not sure that you have to do all four or 5 of them right now if you're just simply looking to create the district. So I hope that helps.
Anyone further? So is there an amendment? What's the will?
I'd like to
Counselor
make a
Bacon.
motion to send this back to committee for the committee to do its work.
Second.
Review the legal form and get it right. Thank you.
Motion was to send it back to committee. That was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So it goes, 18A goes back to committee. 18B, Committee on Ordinances refer to special permit application for ACMJ 523
Can we
Main
take
Street.
this up as a package with 18C
Second.
Motion to
and
suspend the rules.
18D?
And D, okay. Motion to suspend the rules, take up as a package, 18B, C, and D. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? B was the special permit for 523 Main Street. Have considered the same recommended order be adopted with the following conditions: that the owner of the building always pay commercial property taxes to the extent allowed by federal, state, and local law for the duration of the permit. That the business retain a minimum of 30% of Holyoke residents for non-security jobs. That the hiring preference be given to security personnel who are retired Holyoke police officers or retired members of another police department now living in Holyoke. No marijuana should be consumed, allowed on the site, or consumption should be allowed on the site, and the hours of operation are set by city ordinance. One question here, I have Councilor Anderson Burgos who signed B. Councilor Lisi, are you signing it?
I'll be signing B, C, and D.
And Councilor Hernandez, are you signing as well?
Yes.
All right, so 3 members have signed. C is a Committee on Ordinances refer to special permit for 523 Main Street, Suite 301. Recommend that be adopted with the following conditions. Same conditions as I read, except for there is a no, all 5 are still there. Same 5.
Yep.
18 is a special permit for H&H Holding, which is 40 to 48 Main Street. Cultivation, production, manufacturing establishment. Recommend it be adopted with the same 5 conditions that I read on the prior one. So motion would be to receive and adopt. Under discussion, Councilor Lisi.
So these are all marijuana permits for cultivation and product manufacturing at different locations in the city. Two of them are on Main Street, and no, they're all on Main Street at different ends of Main Street. And they were really comprehensive applications. And this is in part due to the changes that we made to the ordinance back in May, where now applicants that are coming in have to have a pre-application meeting so that they understand our ordinances and that they are essentially walk through what they need to do to create a comprehensive and complete application, so that it's very easy for then the planning department to go through it and make sure that they're meeting all the different points that we lay out in the ordinance. There is an opportunity for questioning or further probing that the planning department and also our city engineer do. And then the applicant is given a chance to respond. So by the time that comes to the ordinance committee, it's very thorough, it's very polished, and we're able to really just dig into some of the more pertinent questions that are outstanding. And so in each of these cases, there were no additional engineering questions related to sewer or water, and they're pretty straightforward at the end of the day. What's not straightforward, however, is our marijuana ordinance in terms of that 200-foot buffer. So if we may, I'd like to suspend the necessary rules and take up or to reconsider actions on item number 2.
Second. So motion was to reconsider our actions on item 2. It was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No. No.
Show of hands.
Show of
for
hands.
those.
Show your hands
2,
in
3.
favor.
Yeah, in favor of reconsidering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that does not carry. So we're back to the original B, C, and D, which was to grant the special permits with conditions that were read. Any further comments on the special permits for B, C, and D?
If I can.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, and especially the 532 Main Streets. I mean, both of them, I thought were trying to, in advance, contain any odors into inside their operation, and they were doing. And I did ask to include a provision in terms of odors, that if there is an odor problem, there would be a resolution within 30 days, so that we'd have some mechanism. And I know it didn't pass in committee, but I mean, I part of the special permit process also should be making sure that we, in advance, try to deal with these issues and not wait till they happen. I mean, we know that. I mean, you know, I've done some reading about Canada. I've done some reading about Colorado. I've done some reading about California, and odors consistently come up in the discussions in terms of how they need to rectify things. So I will admit that there is no fully agreed scientific evidence in terms of health issues, but in terms of inconvenience, quality of life issues, that can be an inconvenience. So I was just trying to get on especially on 18B and 18C, and early on, I didn't think the applicants had a problem with that, other than the timing, which I originally said 15 days, and then I amended it to 30, and they seem to think they've got it pretty well locked up. So,
If that's a motion to amend the conditions, I'll second it.
So so you're asking to amend or add a condition?
8 for 18B and 18C at least.
So what is the amendment to? What do you want added?
The amendment would be that within, if there is a concern addressed regarding odors from either facility, that they would have 30 days to rectify that situation, and or the city would take some kind of action. I guess it would be a fine to start with, and then if need be, stop the operation. But I would say, I'm just looking 30 days at least gives us a criteria. Right now, we have no criteria. And I will say that both of those, in terms of the design, I think they've worked with the property owner to try to make sure that they are, because they are also in a building where there are other businesses. They're trying to make sure that they don't impact those other businesses. And I know they've talked about internally building an air-sealed operation in both of those suites. So that's where I went with that. And there are, there's an apartment block right across the alley from them. There's an apartment block on the corner from them. And if in fact if there is an odor problem, then those people sitting on their back porch in the middle of the summer, their quality of life gets disturbed. So that was what I was looking to get, and that was my hope, that we could do something along that lines and try to work with those businesses if they are having issues, that we would try to give them a time span to get it done. Thanks.
All right, so just so I'm clear on the language, it'd be item number 6. If a concern of odor is reported to the Board of Health, to...
I believe we record them to the building department, but obviously reported to the city. I would just say reported to the city.
All right, so reported to the city. The petitioner will have 30 days to rectify it or forfeit the permit.
Or the city will have to take action.
Or city will take action.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. If a concern of odor is reported to the city, the petitioner will have 30 days to rectify it, or the city will take action. That is the amended language. Is there a second to it, or?
Yeah, I second it.
All right, so then first in line was Councilor Leahy, then Councilor Bartley.
So thank you. I might encourage you, Councilor Murphy, to maybe send this back to committee, because I think that I think first of all, this order language should be in there, but I think the city council should make it very particular in how much the fine will be, where it's going, which department is getting the complaint. I think that you don't have to recreate the wheel. You can do something similar to the wastewater treatment plant. I'm sure that's specified in the contract and in language there. I don't think you should be making. I don't think we should be doing something on the floor tonight that might not be strong enough. Thank you.
Councilor Bartley, then Councilor Lisi.
Well, I'm kind of along. First of all, something like this, if could probably go a long way towards making a condition on a special permit. Could go a long ways towards mitigating what we had before us earlier in the meeting, Mr. President. I'm of the opinion that we could probably table this here and not send it back to committee, though. I'm not going to make that motion. I'll wait for the people on the ordinance committee to do it. But I'd like to put a little more thought into a condition on a special permit, whether than just kind of come up with on the fly without me being able to think about and consider it. Plus, I would like to get some input. So maybe we should go back to committee, some input from the Board of Health and the building commissioner as to what exactly they feel their roles are. The last point I'd want to make on this is if these special permits, Mr. President, are just like any other special permit that we give. They last for a year. And in order to have this be renewed, they, just like we just approved earlier on with in 15, 16, and 17, wherever they were, we approved those perfunctorily. And I think that's what we're going to see more of in marijuana world. And I think when these come back around, that we will probably have, if we put some good thought into it, we'll probably have these standardized conditions that we all came up with a few years ago. Especially when I was on ordinance committee, we did a lot of work on this, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and we put some real thought. And this could possibly be a sixth condition that would probably want to be one of our standard conditions. But I'd hate to just have it here now and just throw it in without proper due diligence. So I think I'm of the opinion that I do agree with Councilor Leahy on this. If and when that motion is being made, to send it back to committee only for the purposes that we get an opportunity to hear from the building commissioner and the Board of Health, and that if we are in agreement, which this probably makes a lot of sense, so I commend everybody on the ordinance committee for thinking about this. This probably makes some sense, and I think it would, like I said, I think it would go a long way towards, mitigating what's happening, with this controversial issue on item 2 that we've taken up now a few times. So, it's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So I just want to just reiterate a few points. If odor issues are an issue, let's deal with them. Let's file an order to build, measurements, enforcement, fines, build it into the ordinance. Don't stick it onto these 2 random applications at the 11th hour here. It's so random, and I do appreciate the universal conditions that we've been putting on, since the inception. We've had these like 5 or 6 conditions that we put on everyone because we are creating a level playing field. And the additional conditions are particular to that project. Odor issues are not particular to any particular project, even if they have good ventilation. These are issues that need to be dealt with through an order that addresses the ordinance, and it should be universally applied. Everybody should be under the same set of regulations, fines, and enforcement procedures. I totally agree that we should have something there. But again, sticking it on as a condition to these permits doesn't make sense. And then just, to raise item number 2 again. Number 2 is just to create the 200-foot setback for that one type of use. And what we've done instead with the Scrivener's error in there is create a citywide prohibition, because you can't cite anything within 200 feet of anything else according to our ordinance. So really, the best thing that could happen right now is that we just lay these on the table, because they wouldn't be allowed to move forward without the passage of item number 2 anyhow. Let's lay them on the table, and there's nothing wrong with these applications. They are appropriate. They are meeting the letter of the law. In terms of the odor issues, we need to file another order. We need to build it into the ordinance. And again, related to item number 2, we need to correct that Scrivener's error, because we're losing tax revenue from the mall right and left. The RC district is supposed to help the mall secure itself against these changes in the marketplace, and the 200-foot setback here is going to help secure more and more millions on top of the $9 million that marijuana brought into the city in real property value in the past year that is now taxable for the city and our revenue streams. I mean, there's so much backwards happening here. The best thing to do is just table it until we straighten out the 200-foot buffer situation. So I'll make that motion that we table items B, C, and D.
Just one point before I go to that. Jeffrey just told me that January 24th for B and D would be the time frame for action on those within the that's the 80-day standard. 90 days. So if we don't act within the 90 days, if it was tabled or sent to committee and not acted on, then it would automatically be approved within 90 days, correct? Okay, that's what he was asking to make sure, so everyone had that information before your vote. That's all I want to make sure on. Okay? So with that, Councilor Lisi was asking to table. Is there a question? Or a second to that? Heard none. Back to Councilor Murphy, which was?
A motion again to table item numbers 18B, C, and D.
Second.
So there's no debate. The clerk will call the roll, or I'll just, you don't have to do it. For tabling, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
To table, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Table does not need 7.
Motion refer up to ordinance committee.
Second.
So motion is referred to ordinance committee. That was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
President, under that motion,
What?
refer to committee.
What was that? Yeah.
Discussion.
Yeah. Councilor McGivern.
Referring to committee, you might as well table it. because there's no guarantee we're going to have a committee to get it back out before the expiration date.
Well, that's why I brought up the date, just to make sure. Okay.
Well, under discussion.
Councilor Burley.
Yeah, I guess, the council's right. I think if we get our act together, though, and the president is, I assume, is going to still be the president, right? So I think we get our act together, we can have a more logical discussion. I'd like to have it in, as opposed to doing it here. It's never conducive to it. I mean, just like I said, if I may, Mr. President, just to digress for 2 seconds, this is what we did at the special meeting. Maybe I didn't make myself clear, but when we finally did, we said we had no intention on putting that order back into finance. We were just going to table it right here at this meeting. That's what we did. So my intention would be to have an ordinance meeting where we could bring in and I'll file a late file, and I'll co-sponsor with Jimmy, to have the building commissioner and the health department come in, just give us a little input. It could be a 20-minute aspect of an ordinance committee meeting early in January. Then we can bring it back out here for the last meeting in January. And by the way, the president can always call a special meeting at any time. So if there's pressure on us, if we feel like we can't get it done, the president has the authority to call a special meeting to make this happen, so that we're aware of the timelines. But to just table it here, this is not the right forum for thoughtful. I mean, it is thoughtful discussion, but for this kind of in the weed stuff. So I'd rather do it in committee. That's my rationale.
Anyway, Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, I won't be around for this next year, but I agree. I think this is something that should go back to committee. Multiple times tonight, I keep hearing reference to the odor, as if it's just a smell, like a skunk walked by. And I think in the committee, you can have a more robust discussion. And what should be included in that is what composes that odor. I've even heard here tonight, comparing it to the smell of a pizza being cooked. But I don't think there's a chance that there's a health hazard in the odors that are coming out of a bakery as compared to what may be coming and out of a manufacturing facility like this. And to give it an opportunity to be discussed in committee seems to be a little more appropriate.
Councilor Graney.
I'll just say quickly, conditions need to be defined. That's all.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
God, my head's gonna explode. I'm gonna try and maintain my composure. You're allowing a property owner, you're allowing this property owner to cloud our judgment. I'm gonna tell you right now, throughout this state, I have visited marijuana manufacturing companies. Not once have I smelled the marijuana until when they told me we're about to open the door, this is where this is the grow room. And I'm like, I don't smell it. The moment he opened the door, I smelled it. So there's no way in the world, I would bet my life on it, that you would smell that. They are under strict rules for air mitigation. They spend thousands and thousands of dollars. Not one, and I'm almost certain, not one of the members in this chamber have been to as many as I have been. So trust me when I'm telling you we are shooting ourselves in the foot. We are shooting ourselves in the foot, and we are liable to get sued. So I want Holyoke to look and take a deep and good look at every single member while we're here that vote because of some clouded judgment. Some owner of a building says he smells, which is a lie. I guarantee you it's a lie. I visited every single business down, I'm not gonna say, just in case I don't wanna get in trouble, but I visited every single business, and they said, we never told him that. Our judgment is clouded. I guarantee you, we are suffocating Holyoke. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take myself out of that equation. I'm not, because I know how I'm voting. The rest of the votes are questionable, and I'm ashamed.
Counselor Lisi is next.
I feel like there's a real misunderstanding in what's before us. I mean, these are 3 permit applications, special permit applications for manufacturing establishments, marijuana manufacturing establishments. They have applied, they have met the letter of our law, they went through a pre-application meeting, they went through the permitting process. There's nothing wrong with these applications. The thing that is wrong is that we don't have language in our marijuana ordinance to deal with the enforcement of odor issues and their mitigation and the fines or fee structure that you want to associate with that. That's the problem. These 3 items are not a problem. You want to control or mitigate the odor issues, you need to file an order and build it into the ordinance. The other problem that we have is that without changing item number 2 on the agenda, which is the 200-foot buffer, we cannot permit marijuana with conditions or no conditions. We cannot permit any more marijuana manufacturing in the city because you cannot have a site that is within 200 feet of any other site. It doesn't make sense. So there's no conversation in committee that's going to change the permits that are before us. You have a problem with the odor issues, file the order, create the regulations in the ordinance. They need to be universally applied. I just really don't understand what you think you're going to gain by sending this back to committee.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Next is Counselor Vacan.
So all I would
President.
like to suggest is that I believe we can do both. I think we can fix the buffer issue. I think we can take up the odor issue. And I think we can come back with an ordinance modification because we have discussed this at great length in our ordinance meetings. If the order is filed as stated tonight and we take it up in early January, I think we can do all 3 things. Thank you.
Counselor Hernandez.
Yes, I just wanted to add, Mr. President, that, it is important to address the health of our community. And if these issues come up, like our counselors have mentioned here, yes, we are permitting and allowing more businesses of cannabis to come into Holyoke, and it helps us with our tax revenue, but we also want to make sure that it doesn't impact the quality of life of our residents. But what we're forgetting to see here is that these allegations of marijuana odor, that's what they are, allegations. It's not proven that these odors are affecting the community. Just because one person brought this up, hasn't even filed officially with our city department so it can be investigated the proper way. So we are just really delaying ourselves here, and we should reconsider on item number 2 again, and then move forward with filing a separate order to address odor issues when they come up and when they are officially filed as a complaint. Thank you.
All right, so before us currently, see no more hands, motion was to refer back to committee. That was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
I'd say the ayes have it. So B, C, and D are back to committee. On to E. The Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that Chapter 2, Article 2, Administrative Assistant to the City Council, duties generally be amended to add additional categories of duties pertaining to the management update of the city website and social media accounts, including guidance to staff members and city departments to the use of the site. Recommended that order should be adopted.
Motion to receive the committee report, approve and pass the first reading.
All right, it's motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor Lisi, you're signing your name?
Yes, thank you.
And Councilor Hernandez, are you signing your name?
Yes.
Okay. Under discussion, Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So last time we had Chapter 2, Article 2, Division 6. Sorry. This is pertaining to the administrative assistant to the city council. In committee, we decided to support this while our acting mayor Murphy was in office, and there was a great need to get information out online. Our administrative assistant to the city council, Jeffrey Anderson Burgos, had taken on these duties related to the management and update of the city website and social media accounts for the city. And so this is just a text change to the duties of the administrative assistant. I did request that that Mayor Garcia give us some feedback, because this is a role that would typically fall under the management of the city through his department. And I don't know if we've gotten any sort of communication from him on that, but in general, we wanted to support the move because it is a task that Jeffrey is taking on at the moment, and it's not in his job description. And so we wanted to make sure that if he continued to do this work, that it was formally written into his job description.
And there's nothing from the mayor or for late file or anything. Councilor Bacon?
Thank you. I had two questions in committee. One was the one relative to the mayor, because this would be expanding our administrative assistant position into a citywide role. And it then would put him under sort of two masters, because the city website is under the jurisdiction of the mayor. So I think we have to hear from the mayor first, because it would seem that it would properly go in the mayor's office, this duty. And the other question that I had is, and I commend Jeffrey for his work, so I'm not at all trying to be critical of that. I'm just trying to look at the lines of authority, and I'm also looking at, does it change the grade of the job? And so we didn't get input from our HR attorney relative to, would this change in the ordinance then create a change in the job grade? I mean, a lot of stuff just got pushed out of committee really fast. It was a really long meeting with a huge agenda. And I mean, there's just open questions. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy, do you have a question? Or?
Just first of all, I want to thank Jeffrey for stepping up and accepting these things. And as we went along, and I did speak with our labor attorney in terms of, how could we be in a position where we might be able to make this part of his job description? And yes, it would potentially either alter his grade or something along that lines. But that was where the ordinance came in, and that was the recommendation of the law department and our labor attorney, that if we were to do that, but I agree, if Mayor, and I think Mayor Garcia is still online. If he were to agree with that, then I would suggest that we pass the ordinance, and then next city council would probably have some other information regarding this. But this is just an attempt to codify the fact that Jeffrey's been doing this job, and then pay him for what he's done.
Anyone further? Mayor on or no? No answer there. So the motion on the floor is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor Bartley, have a question?
Mr. President, just through the chair to Councilor Murphy, what input, if all, has the mayor had for at this stage on this?
I do not know what he's had from the labor attorney at this point.
He just got back on. So motion to suspend the rules, allow the mayor to speak.
Sounds good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mayor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
So did you hear the question, or?
Yeah, if you just repeat it.
Yep. So the question from Councilor Bacon was that, can you repeat it, Councilor Bacon, so I don't mess it up?
Generally, my question was, since the charge of what goes onto the city website is under your purview as mayor, and the administrative assistant is only to be working for the city council, I was wondering if you wished for this particular set of job duties to go with a position that reports to the council when the activity is under the mayor's office.
Thank you, Councilor. I think, so this current arrangement has been in place before I got here, and I think it's largely because of the collaborative spirit people at City Hall has to support each other
Yes.
with these functions when in need.
Agreed.
This is the first time I'd be more than happy to talk about how we can better meet this need if it's causing too much trouble for Jeffrey, or if this is an opportunity to improve upon his job description. I'd be more than happy to continue that discussion and explore it. I didn't know that it was coming up for a vote or even an issue at this moment.
Okay, Councilor Bartley?
Just through the chair to the mayor. Mayor, what's your pleasure then? Would you like to consider this? Because I'm of the opinion, I like to support Jeff. I think he's doing a great job.
Yeah, me too.
But I'd rather have us think it out and do it right. So I'm of the opinion that we should probably table this here and give you a little bit of time to have a dialogue with Jeff, and then we could approve it at the first meeting in January, if you think that makes sense. Unless you think we should just...
Yeah, I appreciate that, and absolutely, as much as I'd love to get this out of the way, and it's to my surprise, this is coming up at this time, and I'd love to have a little bit of time to talk about it and see what we can bring back to the council as a solution.
Right.
So if that's fair, then I'd like to make a motion, unless anybody else wants to say something. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to
Councilman McGivern first.
Sorry?
Because
Real
you're
quick.
fine to make the motion, Dave, but you did ask if someone else.
I don't want to...
I'll be real quick because I agree with the motion on the table. Just another thing to take into consideration is the website is controlled, each department head controls a portion of their own page on the website. So some department heads are very good at that and some are not. If Jeffrey assumes these duties, that's great because he's capable and is already doing most of it. We can't have department heads coming to Jeffrey and getting him to do their work. He needs to be, our priority is our work first. We've already changed the job description without changing it when someone put him in the Wizard of Oz closet to run the TVs for committee meetings. Mm-hmm. That's not in his job description. Nope. So we can't just keep adding work to an individual. Certainly capable of doing it. But Mayor, I just would ask you to take that into consideration, that your department heads are still responsible for their page.
Right. So, Councilor Bartley, the motion is to table. Is there a
Second
second?
it.
That was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
We'll get it right the next meeting.
18F, Councilor Anderson Burgos signed. Councilor Lisi, are you signing to 18F?
Yes.
Councilor Hernandez, are you signing?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, the Committee on Ordinance is referred in order that the City Council amend 2-69 by striking from the ordinance. The section states no employees that will simultaneously serve as the City Council during the time of employment have considered recommended that the order be adopted as amended, striking and adding accepting employees of Holyoke Public Schools over which the City Council has neither line item or policy control. Motion is to receive and adopt.
Receive,
pass-
adopt, and pass the first reading.
Pass the first reading, Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. So I'd like to say that this is a case of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. The last city council meeting we had, the ordinance committee approved striking the section in its entirety to resolve any conflicts between a city councilor who is also working for the city. And so what we heard from the city council at the last meeting was that that was an overly broad approach to strike it out in its entirety, and some councilors wanted some more restrictions. And so what we're working to do in the most pragmatic way possible is make sure that our rules and our ordinance is reflecting the will of the public who put us into these positions as their representatives. So we had 2 or 3, I can't remember, individuals who work for the Holyoke Public Schools who were also in this most recent election elected to city offices. So it's two individuals who work for the Holyoke Public Schools who actually work for the public schools as well. And the way that the ordinance is written, they would be precluded from holding both positions at once, even if they were to forego their pay from the city council. And so again, in terms of Goldilocks and the Three Bears, we were presented last week when this was sent back to committee with 2 different options. For some counselors, it seemed that, option 1 was not restrictive enough and option 2 was overly restrictive. So what the city council ordinance committee sent out was an amendment that simply exempts employees of the school department, because the city council does not have either line item budget control or policy control over this department. And it seemed like a pragmatic and reasonable way to move forward, allow those individuals with the apparent conflicts the ability to be seated, to realize the will of the public, and also to allow the next council to figure out how much more restrictive or less restrictive they would like this ordinance to be related to the conflict of interest and ethics ordinance that we have on the books. So again, it's a pragmatic way forward. It allows us to seat the 2 members that were elected by the public.
Counselor
Thank you.
Graney. Thank you.
Yeah, quickly, I don't know if I'm one of the 3 bears or not, but I'm one of the people who were defeated in the last election, and there has been some sort of vibes going around about motivation, et cetera, et cetera. So before I vote on this, I'd like to get a clarification from legal, if it's legal for me as one who was not elected to be able to vote on this issue. Secondly, as far as implications of somebody in the school department being employed and on the city council, there are several issues. One, budget appropriations. School building issues. We are supposed to be going to build another school, which certainly has a financial impact on the city. The location of the school offices, which has been a bone of contention for many, many years in the city council. Some people want to move them out and get them into a public building. That's also a bread and butter issue. Curriculum matters, which we don't have anything to say about, but perhaps we would like to have some input on curriculum matters, which could be a conflict. And teacher union members. The teachers union is the largest union in the city, and they lobby and they negotiate teachers' contracts with the mayor, with the city of Holyoke. So there are bread and butter issues that are involved here, and there is a possibility for conflict, and I just want to point that out. Okay, so it's not that this is a crystal clear situation. but when you are exempting somebody from following the rules that are established, could run into problems. Thank you.
All right, so first there was a question to legal. Is legal on? Yep, so motion,
Yes.
it was suspended rules earlier to allow legal to answer questions. It's still under suspension, so did you hear Counselor Graney's question on his ability to vote?
Yes, I did. I have to admit, it isn't something that I had considered. But I'm not sure. I guess the argument would be that if we didn't do this, if this wasn't passed, then maybe he could be seated even though he lost. I'm not sure that that's true. I mean, you've been voting on this before too, I would add. So just with the facts that I know of, I can't say definitively that you can't vote.
All right,
My
so
question is, there have been integrity questions that have been raised by the public, and I want to make sure that my integrity is clear.
So I'll tell you what I know. In speaking with the solicitor and people asking that question, the solicitor has informed me that if we had, there was a prior rule that if someone left the council, the next person who got the next set of votes would fill the seat. We never approved that as a council. So if that were a rule, then technically the opinion would probably be that that might be an issue for you to be able to vote. However, since that rule does not exist, and if someone were not to fill the seat, any member in this chamber who is serving at that time can vote for anybody they want. They could vote for Bob Smith down the street that no one knows. That's how they can vote. So in her view as a solicitor, she said there was no conflict that she could see. But no opinion has been provided to the council to say that. Councilor McGivern.
Just a clarification, I respect that, I respect Attorney Deegan, but our state solicitor's not with us this evening. It's a question for the State Ethics Commission, and we as individuals have to inquire with the State Ethics Commission if we think we have a conflict. Often the law department will call on our behalf, but only the State Ethics Commission can tell us the correct answer.
Next was Councilor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in committee at our last meeting, our legal department, at request of the council, provided us with two options that they felt would meet legal tests in terms of if we were to consider them and adopt them, that they would fit in with the language in our charter and our other ordinances that we have in the city. Now, my timing might be off on this, but my recollection is if we spent 15 minutes discussing or debating the two options that were provided to us by our solicitor at our request, I think I'm probably being generous with how much time was spent on them. The tenor of the discussion and debate that we had at the last council, from my perception, was that the new council needs to address this matter when we are not in the middle of an election. We are not in a situation where others who might have run, knowing they couldn't, didn't, and that we appear to be changing a law for one individual. So I have two concerns. One, I believe the options put forth to the committee for consideration probably met legal tests. Two, this amendment that was pushed by the chair in committee and came out with a 3-2 vote has had no review by legal. And so my first request tonight would be to ask for an official legal opinion relative to this proposed amendment, which legal has not even vetted. So I would like to make that as a motion, that we request an official legal opinion as to whether this proposed amendment would even stand up, and whether it could be opening us up to legal liability by picking and choosing one set of employees over another in an arbitrary fashion. So Okay, so that's my first request.
Right, so motion was to get a legal opinion with regards to the way it was amended and presented to the council. That was seconded. Is that under discussion? I know Councilor Hernandez, you had your hand up. Are you discussing that point, or are we going to vote on that first, then we'll go back to what you want to talk about?
I don't
Okay.
know. I also want to have a question for legal.
Okay, so Councilman McGivern, do you have a question on the motion?
On the motion, on the amendment,
That's what I meant.
yes, kind of a question and a thought. I've stated all along where I stand, where I hang my hat on this one, is you begin with Mass General Law and you work your way backwards. The ordinance is an ordinance, and we understand the intent of the ordinance when it was adopted by the City Council, and I think we understand the attempt of the City Council to amend the ordinance for the reasons of what's been going on since the November election. But regardless of what we do with the ordinance, the State Ethics Commission governs the ethics questions of this body, not the City Council. And the ordinance has no enforcement within it other than the fact that it's an ordinance. So the individuals are going to have to respectfully work with the state. My belief is the state's going to look at Mass General Law and then perhaps the language within the charter and not go much further. But we're spinning our wheels by working backwards and up when we should be going by Mass General Law, the charter, and then the ordinance.
So a motion was made and seconded to ask for a legal opinion with regards to the way the ordinance is being presented to us. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. So we'll have a legal opinion will be provided when they have the ability.
Make a motion to the table.
Motion to table. There's no second. Councilor Hernandez had a question.
Yes. So I wanted to ask Mr. President, to ask legal if we can, what's their take on if we can suspend Rule 38 and vote on this issue here with a simple majority? How does that work? Is that something that we can decide as a body?
Did legal hear that question?
Not completely, no.
Can you repeat it so she?
So, as we heard many speakers today of our community requesting that we suspend Rule 38 with a supermajority and vote and be able to take this vote tonight as it pertains to this order with a simple majority, is that something that can be done and decided by this body?
Well, I mean, those are the city council rules, and I really don't think that I'm in a position to answer that. I don't know if it's been done before. I don't know. I mean, I know that this has gone back and forth, and I guess, I mean, I think I understand the legal opinions being requested as to how this is being presented, but as to whether or not to suspend your rules, I have to say that's up to this body.
So if I make a motion to suspend the rules and to move forward with voting on this order with a simple majority, is that something that can be done, Mr. President? If there's a second?
So you're which number are you talking about?
18F.
But you want to approve it with simple majority?
Yeah.
No, it takes 9 votes.
Even if if there's a motion to suspend the rules?
In order to pass 18F, you need 9 votes. That is our rules. To change the rules, the normal way we do it is send it to committee to then adopt our rules for the next cycle, unless you want to change it after you go through a charter and rules, which then would require 9 votes again to change the rules. So if you're saying you want to take up, if I'm reading what you or heard what you said, you want to take up item 36 out of order and try and pass it tonight, which is a change of our rules, then you'd need 9 votes to change that.
Oh, okay. Well, can we do that? Is there a second for that, if I would make that motion?
So
To
motion-
change the rules?
So motion, are you saying you want to go out of order and take up item 36 now?
Yes.
Is there a second for that? Hearing none, that doesn't go. We're back to 18F.
Okay.
18F is by dealing with 2-69 as written. Any further comments? Councilor Bar Martinez.
I may not have, I just got a question regarding the general laws. If this was, table, are we able to have like a special emergency meeting before the year is over, that some of us who's here be able to vote, or that's not possible?
If you were to table it, then a special meeting, could you call a special meeting within the end of the year? I mean, today's Tuesday, you have the holiday. I don't know if you have enough time under the open meeting laws.
The reason I asked the question is to be able to get the ethics response to know that we're on the clear of voting. Because that means if this is not voted in today, there's nothing that really happened. So the individuals that were working, to try to get them in, I'm confused.
To be clear, all that's before us is 18F, which is you can vote it up or down. There's an opinion request from our legal department to say that if it is approved, is it valid or not, which then they'll probably call up ethics to see if it is or not.
Okay.
And we'll have to wait for that response. But if you were to vote for it today and they came back and said it's wrong, then we'd have to deal with it then. If they came back and said it was fine, then it's been voted on.
Okay. So
That would be the
that cleared it.
procedure.
Thank you. That cleared it. Thank you.
All right, so we're back to, seeing no other comments?
Make a motion.
Motion is to pass the unless you have a, Councilman McGivney, you had something?
Just a motion to strike the amendment except for employees of the school department and replace it with the original language that you had filed.
So motion is to strike except employees from the Holyoke Public Schools or which the city council has neither item or policy control. Didn't hear a second.
I'll second that.
So there was a second. So any further discussion on that? Councilor Bacon.
I have a point of order on that. So that order was brought to the city council in that form, provided in legal form, and we already voted on that matter. It was sent back to ordinance committee with a different instruction, and we have now before us the recommendation from the ordinance committee. So if this is going to be changed in the same way that this got changed 2 weeks ago, it would then have to go back to committee to be changed again in the proper order of our rules.
Mr. President?
Hold on, to answer the question, could you amend it? In the past, there's always been the argument that if you do amend an ordinance that it's not in legal form as written because it was amended, you shouldn't be voting on it. That has been the standard. Councilor Hernandez.
Oh, I just thought that we could have voted on it today, taking in
I'm just
consideration
telling you
McGivens.
past precedent. So with that, the motion, which was
We
seconded.
have amended legal form, though. I mean, it's a very simple text change amendment to the legal form because it's striking out language that's there. It's not recreating, adding, or doing anything.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just
substantive.
saying what we have done in the past. With that, the motion, which was seconded, was to strike out accepting employees of the Holyoke Public School System, or Holyoke Public Schools, over which the city council has neither item or policy control. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Those that, show of hands, if you're voting yes for the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3,
For the amendment.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You need 7 for the amendment, right? Yeah, 7, so that's 8. So that has been stricken. It's back to the original, which is no employee, striking no employee, the city shall simultaneously serve as the city council during their time in employment, which is the original one. Motion, because it's been amended, is to pass the first reading.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Show of hands if you're voting to pass the first reading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8, of which motion is to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
No.
Show of hands. Passing the second reading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's, as legal has said in a legal opinion, it's 7-7. Now, if it's passage be ordained, you would need 9 votes to change the ordinance. So it's 7-7-9. I did read it again, so I'm just stating it for the record. Of which motion is the passage be ordained. Is that the request, Councilor Lisi?
Yes, motion that the passage be ordained.
Can you state in plain English what we're voting on again, so the
Yep.
people that voted 2 weeks ago know
So-
what they're voting on?
So in essence, it's the original order that no employee shall simultaneously serve as the city council during their employment. If I get back to the
Is being struck out completely.
striking out completely, correct.
So under discussion?
So, under discussion.
President, we're on the final reading.
Yeah, we're actually on the final reading, that is correct. So it's passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for it as amended.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Graney. Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
No. No.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes?
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No.
8 yeas, 5 nays.
With your vote, you did not approve it.
I have a 9-4.
8-5.
8-5.
Yeah, 8-5.
I'm going to make a motion, we send it back to committee to review the legal language that was presented, providing us some options regarding positions that should be ineligible to serve on city council.
Second.
So motion is to reconsider our actions and refer back to committee. Councilor LeBron Martinez.
So my question comes back to this. If this is sent back to committee, many of us are gone who probably would have voted on this. And that's where I am so confused. Can we call a special meeting if this information is be at least brought to our attention before December 27th? So we can have a meeting to vote on this specific order,
So
ordinance.
currently the motion is to refer back to committee. We're asking for options. If it goes back to committee, you'd have to have an ordinance committee to take all that up and then refer it out and have a special meeting. Or you could have a special meeting, pulling it back out, but you wouldn't have
That's not
the
gonna.
legal options at that point in time. That's where I do believe it. Yeah, Councilor Martinez.
Let's be clear to the public. I'm leaving. Today's my last day. I don't care. Let's be clear. Let's be transparent here. So that means this individual who we're really excluding from being able to serve is not going to be able to be ordained on January, correct? Can we make it that clear? Because a lot of people are asking us, and I don't know. I'm unclear.
Yes, sir.
So is that person going to be able to get here and be sworn in?
Yes.
So this order has nothing to do with this individual
Correct.
being in here. Okay, so public, you've heard it, and that's not the problem. So
Yes, but then it can be challenged.
All right, so
It can be challenged.
This is a different debate. Right
Okay,
now,
just trying to
the
make sure.
motion, I understand what you're saying.
Thank
So if they come in, they're going to get sworn in, they're going to get sworn in. There's a different procedure that's been discussed by legal. Right now, we have 18F, which was motion to reconsider, refer back to committee. Under discussion, Councilor Martinez is done. Now it's Councilor Lisi.
Yes, with all due respect, the ordinance committee passed out of the ordinance committee 2 weeks ago support for the striking of this amendment wholesale, and it was Councilors Sullivan and Murphy who wanted additional language. There was additional language presented to us by the legal department, and with all due respect, and this is why I was saying, like Goldilocks and the Three Bears, the two versions that were presented to us from legal, on one hand was not restrictive enough, and on the other hand was overly restrictive. And so, again, like the ordinance committee has done its due diligence twice now. The objections that are being made, you know, there was an opportunity to discuss this at last week's meeting. The counselors who objected really didn't provide any further guidance. And so, again, as a way of moving things forward, the City Council's Ordinance Committee came up with the language with the exception. Because the full strikeout wasn't supported, the two different versions of language weren't supported, like, it's really, I just can't call it anything else but obstructionist to continue to send this back to committee, not really provide any guidance, language, or structure to what else you want there. And I mean, again, the votes in committee are, the committee was happy with the strikeout altogether, which is before us right now. The committee was happy to create, you know, one simple you know, exception and let the next council figure out the rest of the details, because clearly this council is having a hard time figuring out the details. And I just feel personally very frustrated because my committee has done its due diligence in hearing a lot of public comment. The public overwhelmingly, again, in terms of like the voters, they have overwhelmingly supported these individuals in taking these seats. In terms of the public comment, we had lengthy public comment, again, all in support of the strikeout altogether, with the exception of one speaker. And we had this before us last week for a second time. And those people that were objecting didn't really come forward with any, you know, concrete suggestions for what they wanted to see. And that is really frustrating. And I can't call it anything else but obstructionist. So I would like you to consider that we put this before the next city council to create the full build out of exceptions or allowances. And in this case, we need to allow the will of the voters to be realized, that we need to allow the will of the voters to just take place. And either of the versions that we moved out of committee are satisfactory. I just am so frustrated with the idea that these moves to move it back to committee are made without providing, you know, what the objectors want to see. I mean, that is really problematic in my mind.
So currently, hold on. So currently the vote motion is to send it back to committee with options. It could be voted to do that, could be voted not to do that, and then there'd be another motion. Councilor Anderson Burgos.
You ever had so much going through your mind and you're thinking, you want to be careful of the words you say, you want to make a positive impact, and you just wish people understood where you were coming from? I'll tell you what I see. Born and raised in this city, I know a lot of you, and I've seen and sat back and watched you guys make decisions that impacted our community, whether positive or negative. That's not the point. Regardless, it impacts this community. And now what I see today is a young man that has 3 beautiful children. And I want you to think for one moment, with the holidays coming up and the decisions that is being pushed on him, I hope that while you're with your families and opening up your Christmas presents and spending these quality times with your family members, that you think of this man who dedicates his life to the children of this community, whether it's playing basketball or leadership. This is a man who's come from a dark area, which, by the way, I have also come from a dark area, who's found his way. And now, the people that we call the makers of law, the makers of history, are closing the door on this individual and his family. I hope that we reconsider. I'm a good person, he's a good person, and I believe there's good in everyone's heart. But please think about these decisions you're making, because you're not just impacting me and him and his children, you're impacting the voices of all those people who came out in support of this individual. He is not a threat. Yes, he works for the school department. But as we've spoken before, the charter is there to protect. It's been there, as we've been constantly reminded, for 125 years. This order was crafted in 2017 by the same individual who has showed up to not just the city council meetings when this item was being taken up, but into the ordinance meeting. And I'm pretty sure calls were made out. So please, for the love of God and this gentleman and this community, please, I beg you, make this right. Please.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah. So can I just ask legal, I mean, I'm of the impression from the legal opinion that came out that even with objection, the city council that would be sworn in on January 3rd would determine whether or not that person would be allowed to serve despite the ordinance. Am I correct in that?
To legal there?
I mean, as I understood it, a majority of the non-challenged councilors could say that that person should be allowed to serve.
I would refer back to the opinion I think that Mike Bissonette and Lisa Ball wrote that I think addressed that issue. I'll look for it. I don't have it readily available, but I think that answers the question.
And again, as I read it, that is my understanding, that the city council as I understood it from the charter, the city council determines if there's a challenge that the city council person's elected, other than the person that might be challenged, would determine it by a simple majority vote. And by all, I mean, again, as I said this before, I think, there's no question in my mind, the new city council would confirm that person's election. But I do think putting this ordinance and having it reviewed and having more in-depth, and I know Councilor Sal, and I did bring up some things at city council meetings, such as union representations, such as all the departments that were not listed in some of the ordinances. So, and those were concerned. Do I think every employee should be prohibited? No, I don't. But do I think that there's a lot more that potentially could have significant conflicts? And that does include some people in the school department? Yes, I do. I mean, that's why I'm saying send it back to committee and let's create an ordinance that recognizes that, because, as I understand it, and legal, correct me if I'm wrong, the new city council would be able to say to each challenged person yes or no, and by all indications, a simple majority, they would all be accepted. And they would not have to, as I understand it, at that point, they would not have to give up their job.
Attorney Bissonette is on. Attorney Bissonette?
Good evening, everybody. That's correct, Mr. Murphy. The council, the incoming council, is the sole judge under the charter of the qualifications of its members. Procedurally, once the clerk has issued a certificate of election to someone, under state law, they're entitled to be sworn. Then it transfers immediately to the council at its organizational meeting or the meeting immediately thereafter to take up a point of order, such as a challenge maybe to the qualifications of a member because it violates either A, a city ordinance, or B, the city charter. Pending an outcome on those challenges, if there is one challenge, only 12 members would be eligible to vote on that challenge. In the same course, should that challenge be unsuccessful, the council would then have 13 members. A second challenge would then follow the same procedure. That second member being challenged would not be allowed to vote on his or her challenge. And pending the outcome of that vote, there would either be 12 or 13 members of the council. If there would be a vacancy, as was somewhat discussed earlier, there is no automatic provision to fill a seat. The seats are filled when there is a vacancy during term by the remaining members of the council, who then, by majority vote, go ahead and elect someone to fill that vacancy. Those are basically the parameters of what would happen in terms of a challenge and in terms of the first meeting of the council.
Thank you.
So,
On the motion?
I have a question to
yeah, there's a question in legal, so legal still open. Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, just through the chair to Mike. Just so I'm clear, Mike, the ordinance that we're debating right now, we debated for what's the status of that ordinance after our January 3rd meeting? We take a vote. I mean, does that mean that the ordinance is now dissolved? That even though we don't have that before us at January 3rd, what your opinion says, Mike, is essentially we can ignore this ordinance completely by virtue of an organizational vote that is basically perfunctory. I cannot.
Well, it's not what my opinion says, Counselor. It's what your charter says.
It's what my charter says. So my ordinance, the ordinance of the city that was in place right now, which complies with Mass General laws, by the way, and complies with the charter, you're saying that we can, even though it's all in law, complies with the charter, complies with Mass General law, you're saying, put that to the side, you're saying that a provision in the charter, which I'll go back to your opinion, because I hope you're available on January 3rd to defend this, and maybe before then. You're saying the provision in the charter gives us, at a perfunctory meeting, the ability to waive a city ordinance that currently exists, and we can, and that ordinance would still be present. It would still be the law, Mike. So, and you must agree with me, it would still be the law. We would not be overturning the law, so we would have an interesting situation, wouldn't we? We'd have a law in the books that says one thing, and then we'd have a real world situation that is completely flies in the face of the law. I wonder how you can make those two work, and I wonder exactly how the charter makes that work. I strongly doubt it. I doubt that you can defend that. It does, on its face, it makes zero sense. But we'll see. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
If I could, through the chair, to Attorney Bissonette, just on, Mike, on some of the procedural things, I just want to make sure I have it clear. Swearing in will take place on January 3rd, the traditionally City clerk will swear us in. The city clerk will open up the meeting, a caucus that is by charter for the sole purpose of electing our president. The charter is very clear. This body, that new body, can conduct no city business until they elect a new president for the term. That'll take place at the caucus. That's all we can do with the caucus. So we go to the next night, Tuesday, our first meeting. We'd have to have something on the agenda because there is no clear procedure in the charter or in our rules that tells us we can take a vote on the qualifications of another member of this body who now has been duly sworn in and who now is an elected official by the voters, within the city council itself. There's no way to challenge that. The precedent has been set, and that's why I've said we should be going from Mass General Law backwards to the charter, which talks about officials, not city employees. It's not clear. It's for these present time. It's vague as to what an official is. So we need the state to rule on the challenge, not the city council, and that's my humble opinion. And procedurally, I don't see how it can work for the opposite reasons of what we just heard, because we're going to be into Tuesday night with no means of challenging a person's qualification and no business in challenging a person's qualification that the voters put in office and another elected official swore into office. So I think we need to get the state involved before January 3rd and get a clear understanding for the individuals or individual who could be affected by this, which actually includes all of us, because when we raise our right hand, our sworn oath is to abide by the laws of the Commonwealth, the laws of the city charter, the laws of our city ordinances, and of course, the Constitution. Mass General Law, in my opinion, is going to win.
Councilor Lisi.
I'm all set.
Okay. So the motion currently, and it was seconded, is to refer back to committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
All those to send it back to committee, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 would have it. So that goes back to committee. 18G, Committee on Ordinance, to refer that the City Council consider the wage theft ordinance. Recommended that the order be adopted. So motion would be to...
Motion to receive the committee report, adopt, and pass the first reading.
Motion to receive, adopt, pass first reading. Our discussion?
Thank you. So we are looking at a wage theft ordinance. In many ways, it does replicate the provisions of Mass General Law that require any city contract above $50,000 to abide by prevailing wage law. We have found through our discussions that wage theft is a huge problem in the Commonwealth. Last year in 2020, the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office issued a Labor Day report that stated that the Fair Labor Division required employers to pay nearly $6.7 million in restitution and $5.7 million in penalties, and more than 12,939 workers were assisted as a result of the AG's office's actions. So that is just the number of cases and fines and restitution that have been paid from cases that the AG's office has been able to pursue. There are thousands and thousands and thousands more complaints that come into the AG's office every year. And they have sort of given the nod to municipalities to adopt wage theft ordinances to help preclude this cheating and stealing that happens from contractors and subcontractors. All that it basically says is that anybody who has a public works project, as I defined previously, needs to pay prevailing wage to every single person on the job. That is the Massachusetts state law. And in the wage theft ordinance, what we're doing is saying that we want to remind those contractors that are doing business with the city that that is the state law. It's really an anti-exploitation law because those people that are left vulnerable to wage theft are those individuals who don't have really the means to hire an attorney and defend themselves. And as some of the public comment speakers had mentioned, they are often non-English speaking individuals. And as the city sees more and more construction contracts and development happening in the city, we want to make sure that anytime the city gives out a contract, that contractor is going to be paying the wages that are due to their contractors and subcontractors all the way down, and what they're entitled to, that everybody's getting paid their fair share. It does this by creating a very high incentive for compliance. If you're found to be a wage theft violator, if you actually have a finding by the AG's office, and the AG's office is the only one who is able to pursue an investigation. So if their office finds that you are a wage theft, that you would then be precluded from bidding on municipal. So this ordinance says that if you're found to be a wage thief, that you're going to be precluded from bidding on city contracts for potentially up to 3 years. So the very high consequence for cheating is thought to create an incentive for people to follow the rules. And this is an issue that has come up in our city. I think most recently there was a $400,000 case brought against a contractor who does have business with the city. The other thing that the ordinance does is create the ability for the city to take back any tips that it may have given somebody who is found. Again, it's a very high threshold for the penalty. So if someone is found to be a wage thief, then we're going to take back the public monies that were granted to them. In no way, shape, or form does it require any private contractor to create prevailing wage responsibilities. It's really just for those city contracts that are, again, $50,000 or above that trigger the prevailing wage law at the state level. We want to make sure that because contractors doing business with the city have to abide by that state law, we want to remind them that we want them following those laws and that there's going to be stiff penalties if there is a finding against them. So again, to incentivize that good behavior. That's it in a nutshell.
All right. Anyone further? So the motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion that the passage be
Passage be
ordained.
ordained.
The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the wage theft ordinance. If you vote-
Anti-exploitation law.
There we go.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Greeny,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy, Leahy,
Leahy's not
He
here.
has, he has stepped out.
He's absent.
Brown Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
No.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
What your vote? You have not approved that one.
Motion to reconsider and lay on the table.
Second.
Motion is to reconsider action and lay on the table. That was seconded. There's no debate. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
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 I heard
Show of
3
hands.
no's, so I'd say the ayes have it, but show of hands has been asked for. Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4.
In favor?
Yeah,
Yeah.
to table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tabled. So 18G has been tabled. 18H.
And then motion to table 18H since
All right.
it's related to something that is dependent on the prior RC district that's been laid on the table.
I'd make a motion to send it back to committee with the
Second.
other order.
All right, so one was to table, I didn't hear a second. The next one is to send back to committee, that was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? That goes back to committee. Finance. Actually, yeah, finance. So,
Second.
Second.
no.
How about an abbreviated reading?
I will.
Well, just, no, okay. I don't want to step on a toe.
All right,
That's
so
okay.
here
All
we
right.
go.
Just a thought.
19A.
Just-
Community and Finance for an order, Master Law 4453A here, accept the provisions of the Home ARP grant and establish a fund and appropriation, recommended that be adopted. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
But I will talk fast. Finance Committee met, and on this particular order, we had both our acting DPW, Amy the superintendent, and Bob Parent. We went through this. I'm sorry, Alicia Zoller too with us. We went through this with a look at what this means. The home ARP grant itself is very similar to the home adoption that we do with the block grant monies every year. This would be Holyoke getting 52%, Westfield getting 15%, and Chicopee getting 27%. So by accepting it, we will get 52% of the grand total, which is $3,329.24. This would be something that could be used through for qualified projects through 2024. The committee believes that this would be good to accept it. Just a reminder on this particular part of the community of the home grants themselves. This additional monies pertinent and connected to the 30% medium income qualification. The committee recommends that the full city council adopts it.
Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 19A.
Anderson Burger? Yes. Bartley?
Yes.
Graney?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Leahy? LeBron Martinez?
Yes.
Lisi?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
12 yeas.
Your vote, you approve that one. 19B, Community and Finance to refer an order in accordance with Master General Law. The recycling program, 14,400, no match. Recommended that be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, Bob Parent and Amy weighed in on this one. Recycling program, we all know our DPW does a tremendous program at this. This particular grant would add $14,000. Without going into great detail, unless there are any questions, the $14,000 would complement the recycling program itself. We do have and I think everybody got a copy of it, but we do have a list of the particular uses that this money could be used for. We recommend that it be adopted and that the money would be used according to the rules and regs as adopted for a grant money.
So motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for this grant.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey. Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy. LeBron
Count.
Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
He's out of the room.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas.
Put your vote, you approve that one. Just
We need a
as,
quorum call?
just to let you know, Counselor Leahy was not feeling well, so he has excused himself. And Counselor Graney's back was hurting him, so he's excusing himself, just to give you a notice. Counselor Murphy stepped away for a minute, I do believe for a coffee or something. So we still have a quorum. With that, we'll move on to 19C, Committee on Finance to refer an order of CPA funds, an extension recommendation. Recommend that be adopted. Motion
Thank you,
to
Mr.
receive,
President.
adopt.
Just a brief, the two projects that are at issue here, the CPA, and again, Mike Sullivan, our representative to the CPA, who's done a tremendous job. The Finance Committee, that the Valley Opportunity Council is looking for an extension which will go to 12/31/23, and the Holyoke War Memorial Soldiers Memorial Commission is looking for an extension of 6 months that will go to 7/31/22. Both projects have been vetted and voted on by the body, and the Finance Committee believes that the extensions are appropriate.
All right, so motion would be receive, adopt. We always do a roll call with these. It's not a first or second reading, but seeing how it's the money in the CPA and they're asking for an extension, I'll have the clerk call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to grant the extension as recommended.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the recommendation or the extension.
Mr. President?
Yep.
Could we take up one of the late files to do with the CPA also, just so we can knock off the rest of the CPA stuff?
Second.
All right, the motion is to go out of order to a late file from Counselor Sullivan. It's late file D. Motion is to go out of order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? From Counselor Sullivan, the City Council approved the recommendation of the CPA of $60,000 for restoration of Lady Liberty statue at Veteran Park. The estimated cost is $110,000. They want to approve that, so motion be suspend our rules, take up final action. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Counselor Sullivan.
Yep. Thank you, and sorry about the late file on this, everybody. This is another good one from the CPA. It's been thoroughly vetted out, passed unanimously. Previously, we had approved funds to do a study from an outside consulting group. That study came back with a recommendation under Department of the Interior guidelines, which will have to be met in any historic preservation project. The recommendation, or not the recommendation, the recommendation from them would be to set aside $110,000 as an estimate for doing this project. Senator Velez has already secured an earmark for $50,000. So the $60,000 appropriation here would allow us to go forward with this project. It is being sponsored by both the War Memorial Commission and the Holyoke Parks and Rec Department. It's another great example of receiving matching funds. It is time sensitive, however, because it is a state earmark. Our city engineer is ready to go forward with the bidding process on it, but because of the state funding, the money must be expended no later than June 30th. So that's why we need to move
So
forward rapidly.
the issue is if we approve this 60,000, allows them to go out to bid and start it to keep on track. And then when we ultimately receive the 50,000 from Senator Velez, then if we approve that, it allows them to finish the project. If we wait for everything, then they might not have enough time for the June deadline.
We risk losing the 50, right?
Yeah, and then it's losing the 50. So with that, are there any questions for Councilor Sullivan? No? So motion would be to receive, adopt, and approve the request of the 60,000. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for that recommendation.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas.
With your vote, you approve that one. Back to D, 19D, the Committee on Finance is referred. A letter from Megan McGrath Smith that the Holyoke, or the CPA, recommend a salary increase, recommend that it be adopted. Motion be receive, adopt. Councilor McGivern.
The CPS sent a request to this body that they be allowed to increase the hourly salary of Amy Landu, who's the, I think, administrative assistant. Is that the correct title?
Correct.
And I think we all know Amy is a very hard worker. The CPA believes in her and believes she's a very hard worker, whether you listen to what she's put before us or you listen to or watch the meetings on the public access channel. Essentially, this increase would change the hourly rate from $25 to, it says 35, but I think Councilor Murphy or Councilor Sullivan pointed out it's 30.
30.
Which is, I think, reasonable for someone who's been doing this since the conception of the CPA committee and the appropriation of the monies, both through homeowners and through the state. The committee does recommend that we give approval to the CPA to grant this increase.
All right, with that, so the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the pay increase.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. We're now on to E, Committee on Finance is referred in order that the settlement agreement between the City of Holyoke and the UFCW Local 14959 contract be ratified. Recommend it be ratified. Motion to receive, adopt. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had the auditor and the executive director of the Council on Aging before us. The auditor pointed out that at the time when this professional association, professional department heads, the association itself was before us with their MOU of understanding, that it was her understanding that all the money for those increases was in the budget. Unfortunately, it was that was mistaken. There were the two positions that are before us this evening were not in the budget and therefore require a transfer to pay the salaries as agreed upon by the MOU. The committee believes that we're just correcting a mistake that was made prior and that we adopt the transfer itself.
All right. So this one's just to receive and ratify the agreement between the two parties.
Yes, we've already kind of done that, but with misinformation. And it's the executive director and assistant director of the Council on Aging that the money wasn't in the budget. That particular MOU had a number of different positions where the money was in the budget.
All right, so this is just to receive and adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Now, do you want to package some for it, or?
If I can explain, we'd be happy to do that. 19J is, I'm sorry,
19F and J, I believe.
19F, one is going to be returned. 19J,
So 19J you want?
is the one that we need for the actual transfer.
Okay. So motion is going out of order 19J. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? This is $1,650 from longevity vacation buyback to those two areas for the $1,650. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern?
Yes, this is the transfer, the money being transferred from longevity and vacation buyback was identified as surplus, which within both of those, one longevity because of individuals that have left their positions within with the city, and vacation buyback for the same reason. And then nutrition director and health services is the one that we're adopting for the contract itself.
Okay. See no questions. All those passing the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 19J.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas.
Your vote, you approve that one. Next, Councilor McGivern.
Well, if you wish, we can get rid of item 19P, which is just return to auditor.
All right, motion is to go to order 19P. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's the request of $2,565 from longevity vacation buyback to those different departments or those different directors. So this is to deny and return back to the auditor. Our discussion?
It's, what the auditor said to us is that this was a transfer that was put in that included service. Part of these transfers were the individuals that, as stated, were in the budget at the time of the MOU itself. So it's no longer necessary, just the two that I believe we adopted.
No, just correct me wrong, Councilor McGivern. I know in the past we used to just vote to deny and it would go back for the accounting. This is now just motion is to send it back to the auditor.
It's something
Not
that
roll
we
call.
started doing earlier this year, which I think makes more sense than denying. The idea is to get it out of our hands, back to the auditor, and it's the same thing as killing it. We can't, we can't just
But there's no
give it
roll
leave to
call.
withdraw, but we can return it to the auditor.
But no roll call to it, or do you want to?
I don't think we need one, but
Okay. We haven't done it in a little while. All right, so motion is to deny and refer back to the auditor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Back to 19F.
And if I sound a little confused, because I did get confused when we kind of jumped ahead a little bit, because 19F is the PSA agreement, the one that I was talking about, the executive director and assistant director. This is where we just have to replace the monies for the contract that we adopted earlier in the year by the budget vote.
But do any of the other ones go with it, or is it just?
No, just this one
Okay.
for the
So
PSAs.
19F.
This one stands on its own.
For $915 from vacation buyback to executive director and assistant director. So motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 19F as explained by Councilor McGivern.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 19G, request for finance of $800 from longevity to overtime. Recommend that be adopted. So receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Damian Cody was before us. We've done this a few times this year already. Longevity surplus because the employee that was designated for has left the department. Overtime, $800. Overtime, $800 is to fill in for these vacancies which the building department and inspectors is facing. And the overtime is just taking advantage of both the people on the payroll that are working overtime, and sometimes Mr. Cody hires a retired person to do the work when necessary.
Seeing no question, motion is passed first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 19G.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that one. 19,
President, if I could suspend the rules to take up 19H, 19I, 19K, 19L, 19M, and 19N as a package.
motion to
Second
suspend
it.
rules, take up those as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? H is $5,000 from parking control officer to R&M City Hall. 19I is from park maintenance, $5,000 to City Hall Annex. K is $10,000 from two line items to the Peisler Building. 19L is from heavy equipment operator to police. $10,000 is 19M from heavy equipment operator to senior center. N is heavy equipment operator to station 3. And that is 2,500. Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading.
Very quickly, originally this order came in combined with another $65,000 transfer for services from the sheriff's department itself. That has been separated. When it came back to us at the last meeting, an appropriate request was made to find out some more information about these particular transfers. Amy Zarnowski, if I'm saying it right, came in from the DPW, and I'll do this very quickly. First of all, the surpluses, as we all know, coming from the DPW budgets are vacancies that are plaguing that department in the both motor equipment operators and the maintenance man for the Parks Department section of their budget also. But she identified the surpluses and then talked about the reasons again for the why these are a couple are running in a deficit already and some are getting very close to a deficit is because we had transferred some money around when there was a problem with the roof on the Children's Volleyball Hall of Fame building itself. But that's been rectified, but there needs to be some money transferred back in for the remainder of the year. So real quickly, when she came in, item number 8, this is the R&M City Hall Annex. The balance left in that right now is down to $482. In the second one would be the Pelsier Building. The balance is $3,800. The third one is the R&M City Hall itself. There is a balance of $12,000, but she identified a need for additional monies for a number of things that are going to take place in this building. The next balance would be in, I'm sorry, but these numbers don't coordinate. The senior center, that's a deficit already of where they ran into the red in the hole for $4,900, and that's why she's requesting the money transfer there. And then there's also fire station number 3. The balance there is $66.70, about to go into deficit. So after talking to Amy a couple times now, we believe that the source of the transfers are surplus and available, and that living within her budget for controls of city buildings, that the monies would be duly transferred into each of those line items.
All right, so motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second
Motion
reading.
is passed the second reading. If you vote yes, you're voting for the package of H, I, K, L, M, and N. Clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 19-0, which is $2,495 from Union Accountant 2, aid to the mayor. Motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did have both the auditor and both Mayor Garcia in with us, and of course, Councilor, former mayor, how do you like hearing that already? Former mayor, Murphy was with us, and just quickly went through this, that this particular union accountant is just a balance because of a vacancy, and it's available. And the aid to the mayor is to correct the salary adjustment and the need to get through to the June 31st. The $44,392 would be the salary. Parts of this I know were jumbled around because of people that left the office when Mayor Morse was here, and then when Councilor Mayor Murphy took over, and then just to get us through to the position where we are now. And Mayor Garcia, I think, is looking to make sure that this position is filled, if he hasn't already filled it, with the correct salary.
Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for this one.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
For your vote, you approve that one. We already did.
Mr. President, can I just say one thing real quick?
Sure.
To Councilor Bartley, I didn't mean to give a knee-jerk reaction about the abbreviated readings.
I know.
He was correct in asking for that, and I just, it's been a long evening.
No, we got plenty.
Oh, we got plenty of time.
We got till at least 2 a.m., Joe. All right. Great job, everyone. Public safety, none. Public service, none. DGNR, there's something.
Yeah, well, we're going to make a motion to remove from the committee an order relative to Mountain Road and the Chapter 61A lands.
Second.
A second.
Move, suspend rules, go and pull from committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Also, the table items you want to take up?
Yeah, and we'll, a motion to remove them from the table, suspend the rules.
Take up
tables
9
items
and
9
10
and 10
from
we have
Second.
all before us.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And those are taken up as a package. Under discussion, Councilor Bartley.
Yes, my motion is to approve the, well, actually, we didn't take a final vote in committee, so my motion is to waive the city's rights for a right of first refusal for lots 1 and 2 on the property known as 50 Mountain Road.
I second that.
This motion is receive and adopt to not, say that again?
So the motion is to waive the city's rights
Waive the
of
city's
first
right, yeah.
refusal
Right.
to procure lots 1 and 2
on Mountain.
at 50 Mountain Road.
So that was seconded.
Second.
Under discussion, Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, thanks for allowing me to take this up, and I'll have to clarify something I said at the last meeting. This is, these are Chapter 61A properties, which is farmland. Basically, the property owners have about 34 and a half acres. a quarter acres, whatever, and they've had taxes deferred on it for a number of years because of the statutory provision that allows that for farmland. The private owners have reached, and this is all recorded at the Registry of Deeds, et cetera, et cetera. So the private owners have entered into a contract for sale for 2 of the lots. Both are 2-acre lots. Each lot is being sold for $175,000 each, so a grand total of $350,000. So we at committee, after a good discussion, we referred it out to get an opinion from the Conservation Commission and the Planning Board. And my clarification was I misspoke at the last meeting, so that's why I'm going to lay this all out here. So do the easy one first. The Conservation Commission, that's item number 10 on our agenda. They said, given the sum total price of $350 for both parcels, neither the city nor any local or regional land conservation partners are in a position to act on a sale within the allotted time period. They go on to say it's unfortunate the owner wasn't willing to discuss financing options for protection and continuing to own the entire 34 acres. And that was signed by Michael Dodge as chair. The planning board said something a little different, and they said, while these parcels are only 2 acres, they seem destined for residential development if Holyoke cannot find a way to exercise this option. This proposed sale creates an opportunity to discuss the future of the entire parcel with the property owner. And they go on to give examples: agricultural preservation and restriction programs. Exploring these options will take time, and the 120-day notice period is designed to give the city that time. And then they go on to say, critically, no decision about the fate of this property should be made without input from abutters and neighbors. Now that's the opinion. I did reach out to the mayor in 2 separate ways. One is through an email, and he wrote on December 14th, councilors, it doesn't seem there is any opportunity at this point to discuss and execute alternatives, and therefore my position is to waive our right of first refusal in regards to the parcel on Mountain Road. Now, I followed that up with an in-person meeting with the mayor on Monday, just to make sure, I mean, I know what he wrote there, but just to make sure we review the planning board and review the Conservation Commission, and the mayor reiterated his position that he does not want to exercise the right of first refusal. Now, why is that? Now, it's this body that makes a decision on that. But in the real world, the only way we can make a decision is subject to appropriation from the mayor, which obviously we can't do. Only the mayor in our form of government can make an appropriation, and the mayor is of the opinion not to do it. I'm also of the opinion not to do it as well for various reasons, including that the 2-acre parcels will be residential development. There are still going to be 30+ acres of conservation land. It doesn't look like that's going to change in any kind of way, Mr. President. So the flow of property will still be very rural, except there'll be 2 new homes. And I mean, hard to say what they're going to look like, but if you're spending $175,000 for each lot, I'm going to assume you're going to put up more than a temporary shelter. But I don't know that to be true. But that's the way I look at it. The second thing is, and that's why I said to everyone, just be very careful with an order we had, communication we had from the assessor. There is a calculation sheet the assessor, Ms. Burnell, compiled for us, and while that's not exactly before us now, but it came before us and was in committee, so it's kind of part before us. So there is a conveyance tax, or there will be a rollback tax, and the city has the option of taking whichever is greater. So in this case, the rollback tax is $89.73, and the conveyance tax is $28,000. So upon closing, the seller would have to remit to the city of Holyoke the higher number, a conveyance tax of $28,000. I want to make it clear that the mayor said what he said. I say what I say. Big deal. The planning board it's a well-written letter by Mr. Kelly, signed by Mr. Kelly, the chair. I understand the planning board's position. It's the only thing is, I would just say, and to counter their argument, there's no indication here that they have any experience or contacts with the agricultural preservation restriction program. Never mind being able to do it within the 120-day window, which started, there's a 120-day window by which we have to make a decision, or it just becomes automatic approval. And that started at the date of the sale, which this contract is dated, let's see, the 7th day of October. So we're already 2 months into it. We're already over 60 days, almost 70, well, we're over 70 days plus 75 days into it right now. So the city has a total of 120 days to make a decision. And as well-intentioned as I think the planning board is, I don't think it's realistic. Again, just one more argument is that this is a private sale. The hope is that these two new owners would like to close on this and get on with their lives. And so I suppose we could vote, and it only takes a majority in this case. So we pulled it out with the 10. It only takes a majority to approve this. We could table this, and with all the other things we laid on the table, or we could approve this tonight and let the two potential buyers go ahead and close. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Any questions for Councilor Bartley? Seeing none, hearing none. The motion was to receive, adopt, and
Deny the right of first refusal.
Deny the right of first. So, hearing that, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for that.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
That, their vote, you approve that one. There was no charter and rules or joint committee, so on to motions, orders, resolutions. First one is from myself. Order that the 3 salary reports for 2021 be provided to the city council as an update for the past reports published by the city webpage for the top 100 salaries.
Move that.
So forth. Motion is to
Second.
receive. All those in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 26 is from myself. Order that DPW remove the dead tree at the end of Green Lane.
Second adopt.
Right of the Swozak. So receive,
Second.
adopt, send to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 20.
Make a motion to suspend the rules to take 27, 28, and 29 as a package.
Second.
Second.
Motion to suspend rules, take up 27, 28, 29 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 5,000 from assessor to assessment update. 28 is the sum of $475,000 be appropriated to pay the cost of the new middle school design. And 29 is $18,881.72 to National Service Officer. All those to finance.
Yes, Mr. President.
All
Second.
And
those.
just real quick, 27 and 29, I received no request to adopt them this evening, knowing that after tonight, there will be no Finance Committee meetings until the new Finance Committee meeting and new council takes office next year. I just wanted to get this point in, though. On 28, the building department, the school department, the school committee, been working very hard on the middle school project and proposal itself. This is just a part where they want to hire the it's not developer, it's the
OMB?
Sorry?
The OMB?
Same.
Yeah, the OMB. I can't think of what it stands for. When we do have a finance committee back together, the finance committee just needs to know that there's a very tight deadline with the MSBA on this. There's time to do it with more than one meeting, I think, to pay attention to it, but it is on a deadline.
All right, so all those to finance,
If I
all
could
those.
just make one comment?
Councilor Murphy.
Just one comment on that, and that's, if they're at 475,000 is the price, then we're working with the same planner and management, and they've obviously significantly have put together a proposal that's beneficial, so. I know the original conversation with the committee was between 675,000 and 875,000, so if this is the right number, that's a very good news.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that. I believe it's the OPM.
Thank you.
It says the
Councilman.
I made it wrong. Yeah, OPM. Yeah.
Current Vice Chair of Finance, paying attention.
For a little while, anyways. For what? Till the end of the night, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so those to finance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All
And
opposed?
the school committee, they did vote on keeping the same developer. I saw that on the Access Channel. It was the last thing they did. School
So
committee.
30, you're looking for final action
Really.
tonight?
If real quick, we could just take it off the table for past the first reading, and you won't believe how quick this will be.
All right, motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading, item 30, which is 65,000 to refuge. Councilor McGivern.
This is money, the surplus is obvious, it's the same positions that a number of vacancies within the DPW. The refuse other services is a line item that the DPW uses for temporary help and for help that they bring in for filling the vacancies within and the needs within the department on trash pickups, snow plowing, a number of different things, parks maintenance and things. We found out, and I think it was a surprise to everybody, that the city has a contract. It went to Mayor Murphy with the Sheriff's Department to bring in the York Street Industries, which is essentially bringing in, it's a good way of work being done. But we found out that there's a price to it, which I never knew, and it's a $65,000 price tag. I think that contract we got a copy of it. I think everybody has a copy of it. I have a lot of questions before the city enters into that agreement again. The problem is this year with Mayor Morse leaving and Mayor Murphy taking over, the DPW continued to use the York Street Industry employees, which is the sheriff's crew coming in and doing X amount of work during the course of each week, to a point where we owe the York Street Industries money. Although I have some serious questions about the agreement and the fact that we have to pay something that I think should not be, the taxpayers are essentially paying twice for, if you catch my drift. I think there's a lot that has to be vetted out and talked about. I do believe in paying bills. That was a innocent mistake made by the DPW in the transition of just keeping these people doing the work they do. And I'm not sure where the majority of the city council is going to feel on that. So if you vote for this tonight, it will honor the, although never signed in time, it will honor the work that was done by York Street Industries. If you vote no, if you don't want to vote on it, just make a motion, any one person, to refer it to committee. I'll second it and we'll put it in committee.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made, second, refer to finance.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
31 and 32 take up as a package.
Please.
All
Second.
those in favor, all
Aye.
opposed. One is for $2,296.78 from firefighters to injured on duty. The next one is the police, which is $16,572.71 to injured on duty. For police, that is 7. Fire, 1. This is standard for accounting purposes for injured on duties. Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 31 and 32.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
On your vote, you approve that one. 33 from Counselor Anderson Burgos, or that the DPW place a sign at the crosswalk of Northampton Street and intersection of Winthrop Street, informing drivers to stop for pedestrians, state law. Motion be receive, adopt, send to DPW.
And public safety.
Public safety.
And
Copy and,
a copy of public safety.
Yeah.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
Two things, just want to make a friendly amendment, just to add, after the word place, to place and maintain the signs.
Yeah.
I think we have to specify that for our friends at the Public Works Department. Second of all, I'd like to add my name to this order. I think it's a very good order to mitigate this. And thirdly, on the raised sidewalk thing, I like the way this is written. I'm going to suggest it's probably not doable on US 5, but that language is well written, and it could probably fit in other places. Like we were able to get that done on Westfield Road, and I've had numerous calls on how'd you do that? Well, there's a reason. I mean, there's a reason why, but maybe it can be replicated elsewhere. Thank you.
All right, so motion is to amend near place to add and maintain. So on that one, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Adding Counselor Bartley's name to it. So motion to receive, adopt, send copy to public safety and then to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed?
President,
Yeah.
I'd like to take up items 34 through 37 as a package and table them for consideration.
34,
Next
35,
city council meeting.
36, 37. So 34 to 37?
Yeah, 34 through 37.
All right, so
Second.
motion is to take and table.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Can we,
Well,
we're not saying, can we separate that?
I don't agree
So
with that.
34, 35, 36, 37 was motion to take up as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All
Gonna send them to
opposed?
committee, right?
No, I want them separated.
Okay, so the ayes, raise your hands if you're voting to take up as a package. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so it doesn't take up as a package. 34, order that the Rule 32 be amended to add marijuana establishments except for home occupation sent to DGNR.
I would just rather have these all go to charter and rules, frankly.
These have to go to charter and rules by
They have to go to
rules.
charter. Yeah,
Rules,
they
yeah.
do. I don't know why we're tabling them in committee. I guess I could hear from the maker, but
Yeah, so
Go ahead, Counselor.
So basically, these were all written up so that the new city council can take them up on the next meeting and address them then. Since it's the new city council, that's gonna be, this is for the new city council, which you'll be part of anyway. You'll be part, it's not like, it's a big deal.
Well,
Counselor McGivern, then
and item 34, I have several questions. I understand the intent and respect the intent, but I have several questions about this, because this particular special permit is a zoning special permit. We talked a lot about why we keep this in the ordinance committee, and how we separate the things that we do.
So-
But these are the things that, I think we need to discuss in committee.
So then let's take 34, send it to committee, and 35, 36, and 37 as a package to lay on the table.
Counselor Bartley.
well, and I hear that from the maker, and but in my humble opinion, I don't want to. I can't stand, no disrespect to anybody, but I can't stand when we have committee meetings in full city council. It never works right. So I would be really, hopefully I have some of your respect here on this, because this is how we generally have done this. We generally have sent these to committee for vetting and for discussion, but they're going to be brought back to the full city council at some point, but I think we should at least have a discussion in a calm, rational way without all the stuff going on in committee on all these, because these are important orders and they deserve to be discussed, but I don't want to have
So let's do it in order. 34 is order that the Rule 32 be amended. Send that to Charter and
Rules.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed. 35, 36, and 37, Councilor Anderson Burgos is looking to have those tabled to then allow them to discuss it if they're going to approve different rules, if I'm hearing it correctly, for that night, if you're approving rules that night instead of vetting it. I understand what you're saying, Counselor. The will of the body is it's taken up as a package first. Is that the motion? Take them up as a package.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay. So the ayes and have it. It's taken up as a package. That's all it's doing now. Next is, what is the will of the body? What do you want to do with these three?
Send it to Charter and Rules.
Second.
No.
No.
Councilor McGivern.
If you don't send it to Charter and Rules, you're going to create a 2/3 vote just to pass this, because our rules say it goes to Charter and Rules.
So, motion is to send to Charter and Rules. It was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Send it to, no, you know what? Send it to Charter and Rules. It's not a big deal. I'm going to listen to
I mean,
Councilor
Mr.
McGivern.
President, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, when the new city council is sworn in, don't you guys, on that Tuesday or whenever you meet for the first time, don't you vote on the rules?
Adopting of the rules, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So then, can it be voted without having this discussed? I mean, I know that the council is trying to.
I understand what the counselor is doing, and
Right.
I agree with it in the sense of if the new members coming in want to change the rules before they vote on them.
Right.
That is what I perceive is what's trying to happen here.
Yes.
However, if you send it to committee, you could adopt the rules and then in committee amend it and then have new rules out like the next meeting. I mean, that's technically how it could happen. So if this were to go to Charter and Rules and all three are approved, when it comes out, even though you adopted the rules on the 4th, if I got the timeline right, then after the first Charter and Rule meeting, making updates here on February 1st. Then your next city council meeting, February whatever, you'd have these three new rules added to the rules.
Okay.
Amended. Do you see what I'm saying?
Amended, yeah,
Am I saying that
amended.
correctly?
Right.
Send it to committee.
Okay.
Motion is send to committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed. So that's Charter and Rules. 38 is from Councilor Bartley that handicap sign be placed at 76 Chapin Street.
Ordinance.
Ordinance.
That's the ordinance and a copy of the commission. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed. Hold on, not done yet. Late file C from Councilor Tallman, or that the city council give a proclamation to 50 years of service, and help me with the name again, Councilor? So I don't-
Garvelinski's.
Garvelinski Service Station.
Could you add, if Gladys doesn't mind, have her on there, because that's her ward? Gladys Leibon Martinez onto that.
And even though I'm gone, could you add my name to it?
Yours too, sure.
Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely had made too.
Why not? 50 years, so.
Oh, yeah, it's great, Pete.
We'll do all. So motion is motion is suspend rules, take up final action. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion would be receive and adopt the proclamation. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? E is a communication from the Holyoke Taxpayers Association. I do believe everyone got a copy of this. with the
Motion receive.
Motion is received.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Another communication from the mayor with regards to the wage theft ordinance. Motion
Motion receive.
And that was F. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? H is from Councilor Bartley, Leahy, Murphy, and Bacon.
Oh, yes, sent to ordinance.
And this is going to go out. This is the health director, building commissioner, and other relevant city officers meet ASAP with regards to the ordinance committee to discuss odor mitigation. So this is to ordinance.
Ordinance and a copy to those department heads.
And copy to all the department heads listed. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That is it for the agenda. Motion is
Motion to
to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Happy holidays.
Happy holiday, Merry Christmas.
Happy holiday.